paving the way ahead for the future of Web3 in our country. The theme for BW Business World Web 3.0 Summit is when transformative technologies meet commerce and currency. The panelists today will discuss the role of innovative, decentralized, open source tech in reshaping how commerce takes place. Currency influences real world assets, and immersive tech drives next-gen consumer-facing brands. It will serve as a guide for corporate war rooms to target Gen X and millennials, curate brand recall and marketing strategies with a treasure trove of very similar technologies in tow. The program will also look at how blockchain provides visibility, accessibility, transparency, safety, and security through the length of the user experience, be it the first, mid, or its very, very last mile. The day's proceedings will start with a keen look at how timely policymaking can place India at the epicenter of Web 3.0 innovation. We're thrilled to welcome all of you, all outstanding speakers, our renowned brands, and enthusiastic audience, and invaluable content that enriched and also will enrich the entire day's proceedings. The second day of the summit, which is tomorrow, will examine the themes of mass adoption and acceptance via the tokenization of real-world assets, Web 3.0's impact on driving the youth demographics online, and blockchain adoption across corporate India as, of course, the default tech interface. Following a series of enthralling sessions and thought-provoking discussions, we will then venture into the realm of recognition with the BW Web 3.0 Awards for all the leaders and pioneers in the Web 3.0 space. With that, may I please request my team to play today's event AV. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And with changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments at BW Business World and all its communities, please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight, and also the exciting offers for all our attendees for this event. Our latest issue talks about, there it is, India's leading the global fintech narrative. In Spotlight, the fintech champions, ONDC's T. Koshi on the foundation for accelerated growth and more. For more information, you can also contact Vinod Kumar at the registration counter. And with that, may I please request my team to now play the AV to give us a sneak peek into what awaits all our audience members in the coming months. Please. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwbusinessworld.in. As we flag off today's summit, I encourage everybody to please join in the conversation and share the learnings of the day by using the hashtag BWWeb3. That's the numeric 3. And before I move forward to today's proceedings, I would take this moment to thank all our partners for today. Our strategic partners, Bharat Web3 Association, A Priori by STPI, Blockchain India, and our event partner, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandrum, Beanly Coffee, and JustBath.ai. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time that we begin with today, which is full of learnings and insights. To deliver the opening address, please join me in welcoming on stage the CEO of Business World Healthcare World, Harbinder Narula. This is just the morning. I believe, ऐसा मेरा मानना है कि we can be loud and show more love to our guests. Just saying so.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for joining us this morning, being on time, so that we could, curate and manage this event, which can be useful for everyone. So thank you so much once again. Thank you, Mr. Chenoy, to be here on time, sir. I was wondering why I should be here on a Web 3.0 when I actually represent a healthcare and well-being industry. First of all, I am representing our chairman, Dr. Anurag Batra, who had to be somewhere else at another event that we are doing simultaneously. And so on his behalf, welcome to all of you. Second is, I have been with companies like Google, YouTube, etc., and I'm not a technologist. But what I have understood in the last 27 years of being in the industry is that technology is not restrictive by what can be done or what cannot be done. It has been and will always be an enabler to help all of us turn our vision into a reality. That's what it is doing today. If we see the transition of Web 1.0 to Web 3.0 from a time where it was a static website where it could be read-only. So I have a website where you could access information that I have uploaded there, to Web 2.0, where interactivity became the fundamental basis of how we are all interacting today, to Web 3.0, where personalization has taken the precedence. I mean, some of the challenges that we as marketeers have always felt have been that how can I personalize to my audience? How can I target my audience? How can I create that personalization? But I'm feeling so good that today it is not just about personalization of marketing or trying to personalize my message, but we are at a point where we are able to create personalized experiences. Today, when I go onto e-commerce sites, I am presented with products that I'm most likely to purchase based on my past behaviors, past interactions, past engagements online. And that's what technology is doing today. So, because I'm not an expert, I made 2 or 3 points which I've written down. So I have my farra with me. So which I want to really bring out as to in terms of what is it that Web 3.0 is defining for me as a user. What are my challenges? What did I expect technology to do for me that we are seeing as a reality? The first and foremost is security of my data. I've always been concerned about, we were one of the countries where we had a very late adoption of using our credit cards because we feared that our data could be misused. Today, technology, what it is doing is giving me comfort to go online and share my data, because I know that it is not one human being who's going to collect my data, but my data is being used to create personalized experiences for me. So that is one. Second is, it is helping me or helping the marketers to actually create a tailor-made experience for me based on my past engagement, based on my past interactions that I've had online. I mean, social media, e-commerce is a classic example of how we've built efficiencies in how the user's time is not being wasted. Third is, machine is trying to understand human behavior. It is not just capturing the data, but it is trying to intelligently process it and make it useful for me. So as a user, I think that is what Web 3.0 defines my life. Next is NLP. Look at the way, how we interact with Siri, Alexa. We don't have to even, we just order it as if we had a help at home, that can you switch on the lights? Can you play this music? Can you get access this for me? And we are not trying to code or enter a certain, a code or anything. You just speak in your natural language and the system is able to comprehend and do that for me. What is it? Beautiful efficiency on how my life is getting eased. I come from a healthcare industry, and every time for the past 2 years, especially after the pandemic, we've been talking about how healthcare is more accessible, how the outcomes can be managed. Today, we are all wearing smartphones, smart devices, the IoT. Look at this remote monitoring, what it is doing. It is not just capturing your data, but it is analyzing that data using AI and actually helping the doctor do the right prognosis and find the right set of treatment for you. And at the end of the day, what Web 3.0 and blockchain, AI, machine learning, what it is doing is it's helping people live better, live longer, live healthier. We don't see this. We are more talking about gaming, etc., but it is much more than that, what it is doing to our lives. Then you look at augmented reality. When you look at augmented reality, how is the real estate industry selling their products today? Or for that matter, imagine you are able to get a feel of how your emotions will get triggered standing in a house which is not yet been made. What would you feel with walls of this color? What would it feel when you would look out of this window? And that's how the real estate projects are taking off. There is so much more that is happening in Web 3.0. Metaverse, we're going to be discussing NFT today. All these are impacting our lives. I'm so glad that Businessworld and Uday, who's curated this conference, took this step, chose to speak about this, invite all of you in the room to share our experiences and discuss how we can actually make Web 3.0 grow even to a level where our lives will be further improved and we could live not just better, but healthier, and also with far more efficiencies, especially at a time when time is of essence. So thank you so much for joining us here. I welcome you all on behalf of Anurag Batraji and Businessworld, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us a start. And now for our first keynote address, please join me in welcoming on stage the founder and custodian of IndiGG Manish Agarwalji. Everybody for sir, please.
Good morning, guys. Namaskar. As I think it's the beginning, and Web3 needs a lot more enthu, and it needs a lot more questioning, a lot more interaction. I was sitting and listening to the AVs there. So I think it's a great start. Thanks Businessworld for putting Web3 there. And it's a very nascent space, just the beginning. Some of the guys who were more risk takers, they started thinking about it 4 or 5 years back. A lot of people have started talking now, but the whole karma will get built over many, many years to come. And I think these are the multiple ignitions, which are going to happen. And thanks, Anurag, thanks Businessworld for hosting me here. I was reading this transforming commerce and currency. I think the fundamental part of Web3 is community. The primary difference between Web2, which we have all experienced and we have really lived, is the centralized state of mind. And we were just having a chat in the speaker lounge, 1984 George Orwell ad. And 84, it said that there's time to kind of break the things, create a new state of the order, create new network states, create new nation states, create new frameworks. And I think fast forward many, maybe 40 years, give or take, it's a time to kind of really reimagine how we as communities are going to stay, communities are going to form, how states are going to form, how the nation's boundaries will get blurred. And I think that's where the Web3 really starts. That's what I really want to kind of really present to you. And when you want to kind of really create and unlock new communities, it starts with an individual. And when it starts with an individual, go back to the basic things. What really kind of drives me? I really need security, which is manifested in forms of earnings. I need a feeling of self-importance, fame. I need some kind of control. And I need to be loved. I need to be connected. I think these are the fundamental things which really drive an individual. An individual is the epicenter of forming communities, the new things. And if you can really enable it through a framework which is beautifully offered by blockchain, because it's essentially what it does. It puts your history, your micro history on chain, which is immutable, which is transparent to everyone, which is interoperable across the world. Why am I emphasizing on transparency? Why am I emphasizing on interoperability? Is there anyone who is not on the total Facebook universe comprising of WhatsApp, Meta, Insta? You will all be, we all are part of that Truman Show, right? And that Truman Show beautifully collects everything, and that was supposed to be a fiduciary platform holding our information, where we are the custodian of that information. But are we really the custodian of that information? Does any one of you think we are the custodian of that information? It really belongs to the platforms. And we are all Rangmanch ki dos Katputliyan, which is roaming around in that huge Truman Show and contributing every activity, adding to the monster to keep feeding data, and then the monetization really happens. Now, that's the centralized platform curse, which was unleashed in last 10 years, 15 years. And we believe that that's where the decentralization really can happen. The word there is, can we give back the ownership of your history to yourself? Can we really make it truly decentralized? Can technology really enable that Manish owns his own data? Manish owns his own power to say, what data do I want to put up? Does Manish have the ownership of that information, like we have ownership of house if we have purchased? And can Manish use his own desire to really unlock the power which resides in data to make money for himself? These are the fundamental questions which need to be asked from first principles perspective when we talk about Web3, when we talk about decentralization. And that's where the communities really come together. The communities come together as heterogeneous people with different affinities who have the power, who have the governance, who have their own systems, because no centralized system can really be the most efficient. It is never created for local optimas. It is created for global optimas. So you will never be able to kind of create a very, very sustainable systems. And that's history is replete with those. And that's where we believe that Web3 is nothing but a community stack. And whosoever is going to be a practitioner of Web3, whether from an operator point of view, from a builder point of view, from a legal point of view, from a policy point of view, from government interaction point of view, we need to understand that this is a new way of working as communities. There's a new way of really understanding. You need to have the data with the individual. The power lies with the individual, not with the platform. And the platforms really scuttle that power by creating closed ecosystems. And that's where the interoperability comes. Your data is your data only when you can take that data outside. If it is locked to a Meta ecosystem, it's locked to a Google ecosystem, it's locked to a game ecosystem, then it's not your data truly. You are living in a fool's paradise. And if your data is transparent to everyone and it is immutable, people will trust you. So the access of individual's reputation, access of individual trust are the building blocks of micro communities. And that's where the community stack is really going to be formed. And all of us who are going to be building about these platforms over next decade or going to be shaping the narrative have to really think from first principles of what is our problem statement. How do we really kind of create that freedom, that azadi? And that's what we need to really look at. And once we look at that, many use cases emerge. Unfortunately, the narrative today in Web3 is equal to speculative trading cryptocurrency. That's really, really, guys, very, very small aspect of the whole thing. There are so many use cases which emerge from the community stack, which are inclusive, which can create socioeconomic impact at scale. And one of the things which we are working on, how do we really give that azadi to gamers? How do we really make them a reputation? How do we really make them earn their disposable time and skill in the whole IndiGG DAO? And DAO stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization. That's what we are building. It's the new way of functioning organizations. It's a new way of really running communities, operating businesses. And that's what is going to really happen more and more enabled by community stacks. And we believe that India could be really the right and center of such thinking mindset, because we have really we know how to run panchayats, how to run very decentralized organizations, at least on paper. And if we can really take them in letter and spirit, we can really drive this whole adoption from first principle, both from a community point of view, consumer point of view, as well as builder point of view. Thank you. I'll not take much time. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Manishi. And with that, after setting the context and the tone, it's time to move ahead with the first panel discussion of the day. And the topic is timely policy making in cementing India's leadership in Web 3.0 innovation. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Professor A. Damodaran, Distinguished Professor, ICRIER, Kaushal Mahan, Vice President, Chase India, Manish Agrawal, Founder and Custodian, IndiGG DAO, Meghna Bal, Fellow and Head Research, Asia Center, and this session will be chaired by Dilip Chenoy, Chairman, Bharat Web3 Association. Let's collectively welcome all of them, please.
So thank you and good morning to this first panel discussion. It was good hearing Harbinder and then Manish before this session. What I thought I'd do in this panel on timely policy making and cementing India's leadership in the Web3 innovation was to actually give each of the panelists just 30 seconds to introduce themselves so that you know who they are. And then I'd pose a series of questions to each one of them. Hopefully, we'll open it up to a question from the audience and then end this session. So with that, I think, Kaushal, could you just begin by...
Thank you, sir. My name is Kaushal Mahan. I am Vice President at Chase India, which is a public policy consulting firm. And with around 14 years of experience, I've been working on tech policies. And interestingly, Web3 is one of the new areas, but on major policy issues on tech sector.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Manish here. Been doing gaming for 13 years. Started my own gig last year. Prior to that was Nazara's CEO, and have been fortunate to work with Dilip in shaping gaming. So here, love to see how can we shape Web3 over next decade.
I am Damodaran. I am a professor at ICRIAR, New Delhi. Now, before this, I just moved in about 5 months ago to ICRIAR. Before this, I was in Bangalore. I was a professor at IIM Bangalore. And my career began as a policymaker way back in 1985. So you can understand when I mentioned 1985, I think Manish, you mentioned about 1984 Orwell, but I am pretty ancient in this crowd. And to be talking about Web3, being with a group of very vibrant people, I think I am the odd person out, but that's for all now.
Hi, I'm Meghna. Hello. Yeah, hi, I'm Meghna. I head research at SIA Center, which is a technology policy focused think tank. I started my career largely in policy and specifically technology policy, looking actually at the intersection of blockchain and how it can improve governance. And then I quickly shifted to the private sector where I ran and set up the India office for Consensus, which is a global blockchain startup, and then was in media. I joined Disney for a couple of years and now I'm here. Yeah, so looking forward to this discussion. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Meghna. I should have started with you, but anyway. So you heard both Harbinder and Manish earlier about Web3. One of the things which both of them alluded to but did not mention was unlike Web 1 and Web 2, Web 3 allows each one of you as a customer or as a consumer of internet services or creating content is actually to monetize your content. That is something which neither Web 1 or Web 2 did. And Dilip Chinoy, I currently chair the Bharat Web 3 Association. The Bharat Web 3 Association is a very new association that is trying to get industry together to actually position India as the global capital for Web 3. We believe that Web 3 has the potential to actually generate $1 trillion of economic wealth for the country. And the difference between this is not centralized economic wealth, but decentralized economic wealth. If you can, it's actually each one of you as consumers will be able to get that. And it offers a tremendous opportunity to do things in a different way. But for that to happen, we need a very interesting governance framework and policy making. We've actually, for those of you who've been following the news last 3 days, there have been meetings in Gandhinagar with the G20 looking at policy making in one small sliver of the Web3 space. And fortunately, that small sliver is dominating the conversation and overshadowing the conversation there. So what we thought we'll do, and with Professor Damodaran, if I can just go to you, and if I could, from your perspective, what do you see, as the Web3? What is the kind of opportunity there? What's the framework and how you can go ahead, right?
Um, Thank you, Chair. Well, let me put myself in the shoes of a policymaker and look at the issue of Web3. Now, I have two ways of looking at it. One is I look at the positives. The other one is that I look at the negatives and then try to see the balance between the two. And if I'm a little more friendly to what I'm looking at, then I will try to find out how to minimize the negatives and have some safeguards or some remedial measures, and then come to a decision. Decision regarding the formulation of the policy, right? Now, if you look at Web3, as Mr. Dilip Chinoy mentioned, Web3 is way different from its predecessors in the sense that, first of all, I think that flows from what you mentioned. Web3 has to be recognized, unlike its predecessors, as a global common. Now, it is no less an important global issue. It is not a national issue. It is a global issue, like climate change and biodiversity and stuff like that, which we negotiate in multilateral environmental forums. So the first axiom or the first premise is that the policymaker recognizes Web3 as a global common. Now, the second is that this is a global common, which is not run by nation states. It is run by decentralized communities. Now, that came out very strongly when Manish spoke. Decentralization is the philosophy of Web3. Now, that if you accept these two as a first set of axioms, then you can proceed to the next. The next is that it is a technological innovation of a very, very fundamental nature. I mean, fundamentally revolutionizing nature, because it has to push decentralization, and therefore it has to go for a technology, which of course we all know it is blockchain-driven system. But more important than all that is, this is driven, Web3 would be driven by virtual digital assets, which are cryptographically protected. Now that is a second assumption or the premise for policymaking. Now, against this background, you are supposed to take a look at what happens to the GDP, the country's GDP, what happens to the job markets, what happens to the labor market, and then look at the negatives. Now, negatives are well known because I don't have to labor on that point. It is very well reported. Negatives are basically the macroeconomic issues, macroeconomic stability issues, addressed at the global as well as the national level. There are concerns that the currencies or the virtual digital assets can destabilize the currencies of the country. So that is a very typical stand. And secondly, the activities associated with dark web and other money laundering and stuff like that. That is the first negative. The second negative, of course, is sustainability issue, because, it is the Web3 debates have been linked to climate change and our action on climate change. So those are the two negatives. Now imagine that you start with the negatives and then don't look at anything else. Then you will have a set of policies which may be restrictive. But if you start with the first premise and go to the second and then go into the third and fourth, then you will get a different configuration of policies. So this is based on my own experience with policies and policy making. Always start on the positives, but it all depends on what is the narrative at that moment. We are all, reading from media. We are all influenced by media to believe certain things. Objective policy making basically means this.
Thank you. Very well put. Now, that sort of sets the stage for Manish. So Manish, if you look at yourself as an entrepreneur, right? You've taken a dark leap of faith in this. So what are some of the challenges and opportunities, and how could you make, let's say, India And how could you help scale and replicate companies like yourself?
So if you look at the premise, and I'll just kind of continue to build what Professor said, is the starting point is that you need to think of a global nation or global network state. And second is decentralization. There would be the fundamental, what the challenges would be about controls and how much to kind of let it go. And this is exactly nothing different when child grows and the child wants to fly and the parents wants to control. It is exactly the same thing, which is happening at a nation level in each country. And we are not sitting in some country which is grappling with this and other countries have figured it out. Uh, it with the global boundaries being dissolved, this is a issue which every government is grappling with, that there is a huge groundswell of adoption of this new way of community-led commerce, where you can use your disposable time and disposable skill and put it for earning into currencies you believe are the currencies of future, versus the government want to maintaining the status quo. I think that's the fundamental challenge, and that really creates huge amount of perception-led fear among the mind of youngsters versus their parents. I run a gaming company and I meet 16, 18, 19-year-olds whose parents are saying, hey, listen, you should not be playing a blockchain-based game. You should not be putting your time and skill to build NFTs and kind of really using those NFTs to trade, because in their mind, this is not legal. Now, there is no legal illegal in law, and law comes much later. It is in the minds of people, it is in the common perception that what do we accept as legal and what do we accept as illegal, and where my own child or my own fear really gets amplified. I think that's the biggest Dilip challenge which we need to really look at. And that's where a positive narratives beyond that sliver of thinking which you spoke about needs to happen on the use cases which can fundamentally have socioeconomic impact on job creation, financial inclusion. And if we are able to demonstrate that through use cases, through adoption, I think, and amplify those human stories, we would be able to make some dent over a period of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Manish. And that actually leads nicely into you, Meghna. You've been doing a lot of work on international regulation. And, surprisingly, when we look at G20 and we are talking about a global regulation, but Indonesia, who was the previous chair of G20, has actually gone and announced a lot of their own national level kind of regulations, including a list of 250 tokens which can be traded in an exchange which they run. So, from your perspective, where you said what is happening globally and what is it that we could look at in India?
Thank you. I think globally, when we consider the G20, so I'll give you an instance of a study that we recently did. We wanted to test this hypothesis that essentially there is a divergence between advanced and emerging market economies in terms of how they approach this space. And the hypothesis has been propounded by policymakers and other decision makers, as well as officials from international financial organizations and regulators, that there would be a divergence between emerging market economies because they're smaller, they're more at risk from things like financial stability, et cetera, and advanced economies. So we said, okay, let's quantify this, let's test this. So we took the regulatory positions of the different countries in the G20, and it creates a really nice sample set because there are an equivalent number of emerging market and advanced economies within this grouping. And we found that, one, the motivations are not very different across both groupings. The only real difference is that more emerging market economies look at regulation of the VDA space as a means to enhance their technological competitiveness and innovation. But otherwise, both of them look at it from a standpoint of hedging against consumer, investor, and business risk, addressing financial stability concerns, and of course, addressing concerns regarding money laundering and countering terror finance. Now, if you look at the other parameters we considered is, of course, where all is it legal? And in most countries within the G20, again, both in emerging market and advanced economies, it is legal. There's only one country that is officially banned it, and that is China. Then when we move on to things like licensing, there's a higher degree of licensing that has been instituted in advanced economies, but that's because they're further ahead in their regulatory journey. And that's not to say that there aren't forms of licensing within emerging market economies as well, like Dr. Chinoy said in the case of Indonesia and other countries as well. Finally, while it is legalized in most countries, there are restrictions that have been placed. And again, there's quite a variety. So either there are restrictions placed on financial institutions from directly offering dealings in virtual digital assets. So in Mexico and Argentina, there are restrictions on banks from dealing directly in these markets. Or there are restrictions on specific activities like ICOs. For instance, in the case of South Korea, there's a ban on ICOs because they think that it's a huge consumer protection risk. But in France, they've taken a different approach. You have to take permission from the regulator before you can issue, or before you can carry out an ICO. The point is that there are restrictions that are being placed. And of course, the most notable restriction that has been placed is on privacy coins, because they confound any kind of traceability because they are completely anonymous. In terms of coming to consensus on a global framework, there are two areas which I see as key. One is taxation, and the other one is money laundering. So in the context of taxation and money laundering, the thing is that if you don't have a common minimum or a common framework across countries, then there's opportunity for arbitrage. And we saw that in India. We actually carried out another study on this. We saw that when the current tax regime was brought in, there was an offshoring of 32,000 crores from India in this space, primarily because the taxation regime was so punitive. In the context of other countries, like in Indonesia, we've seen that it did not lead the imposition of a tax because it was, the tax was imposed, but the amount or the quantum was not extreme or was not punitive. There wasn't that much offshoring, and in fact, volumes have increased over there. So that is one thing to consider, is that if you have punitive regulation, because it is a global space, people will find ways to access platforms in other countries, and that leads to other kinds of risks as well, which is like what regulators are really concerned about: offshoring, movement of money abroad, movement of money through assets that they can't really detect, etc., etc. And of course, the other thing is money laundering, which again is about traceability of transactions. And here as well, we've seen that not only in India, although India has just started instituting regulations towards this, but studies carried out by the FATF have found, investigations carried out by the FATF have found that most countries are not compliant with the standards that they have set for AML. So I think these are two areas that can be where the consensus can be found, because there are global standards and there is precedent both in tax and in AML.
Thanks, Meghna. So, a common minimum on tax, which the G20 actually has done in another case. And of course, anti-money laundering, which the FSP paper doesn't talk about, but there is a different there. So, Kaushal, coming to you, looking at what Professor said, and then Manish, and then Meghna, what could be the opportunity for India to legislate? And also, it's not necessarily this space. There are other aspects of the Web3 that come under different legislations. So what would be the opportunity for India to legislate here?
Sure. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Businessworld, first of all, for this opportunity. I think I'll talk from my experience specifically when on tech regulations, how have they worked mostly across center and states.
I think we need to move out from the traditional regulatory structures, which we have been doing now, to an optimum regulatory structure. What I mean by optimum is both risk focus and risk proportionate. So you also capture only the high risk and don't focus too much on the medium risk and the low risk, because that then leaves the objectivity of the entire technology as part of it. How can we do it? I think we need to look for a hub and spoke model, which we have been suggesting to various central government agencies over this. You need to have a nodal ministry which is looking at two tasks. The first task is kind of identifying the high risk associated with Web3 and then working with the existing regulations. They are all existing regulations, and I'll elaborate more on those, which can cover those risks as part of it. And the second part is, how do you encourage innovation? By helping startups, by developing the skill set required, by providing the right kind of research and research funds to these things, so that you are becoming much more IP generating from here rather than being just a consumer market of Web3. So taking to the second point, I think if I look at the existing set of regulations, there are some regulations which are already there. For example, the tax and the PMLA, which covers the VDA markets. Consumer Protection Act is already there. That covers misleading ads. That covers celebrity endorsement. That covers consumer grievance protections, your aspects to it. We have an IT Act, or I would say Digital India Bill, which is coming soon, and which talks about encouraging innovation while ensuring consumer protection and also the risk management. So why can't we look at classification of Web3 as an intermediary and maybe on use cases? And depending on the use cases, the level of compliance or the support required from an intermediary can change on as part of it. Cybersecurity, it's already covered. On most of the VDAs are already covered. There's a new cyber policy which is expected soon also. That is also talking about Web3. So again, what I'm trying to establish from this point is, we have a couple of regulations which cover the most of the high risks associated with the Web3 ecosystem. Do we need to kind of, again, put up a curtail or use those existing ecosystems? And the perfect model could be, again, that the IT ministry, Ministry of Electronics and IT, has an emerging technology division whose core focus is to promote innovation and cutting edge technology. They have schemes like Samriddhi and a couple of few Tide. So why can't that become the nodal hub for the Web3 ecosystem? And then work with the different consumer affairs on the consumer part, taxation part, and kind of address all those issues. In that way, we address all the high risk associated. Just lastly, one small example I think I'd like to quote here is, this is happening in other domains. CB sandbox, IADA sandbox, we have exact sandboxes, we have central ministries who are coming with regulatory sandboxes and kind of promoting those right over there. We recently saw a paper by TRAI. They're looking at emerging, not only emerging technologies, emerging services, but also emerging business models for digital communication sector. So we have those precedents. I think what we need to do collectively as an industry and the ecosystem is, we need to reach out to the stakeholders, the government stakeholders, and kind of push for creating that adoption of Web3 as their core focus areas, and then looking at the regulatory framework.
Thanks, Kaushal. I'll just take one question from the audience because we have nearly 7 minutes left. So any question? Okay, your hand up first. So you can just stand up, you gentleman there. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
I am S.N. Sharma, former director from Ministry of MSME Government of India. My question is to all the panelists. If you see the contribution of MSME in the country development, it is 50% in the employment, 50% in the export, 50% in the other home market. But if you look into the finance, it is only 20%. 20% of the total finance to large and medium and all sectors is 20%. So my question to all the panelists is how this timely policy making can further boost this from 20% to say 30% in another 1 or 2 years by in Web3 innovation. And
okay, so I'll just rephrase the question. Yeah.
Recently, the Prime Minister has said that large units should have.
No, I got your question on your
Ethical pressure.
Sorry, just one question, right? We'll just take it. So the question is, how could the I'm just most of the Web3 startups are all MSMEs. They all started as MSMEs. So how could you actually direct what policy could enable funding to this sector to help them grow? So Manish, you want to take it? Question?
Maybe just one suggestion over there is, I think when we talk about startups, the government has been talking a lot about startups and all. Somehow we only focus on few core areas. Either it becomes more of a health tech, ed tech, or those areas. I think from a ecosystem perspective, we need to bring Web3 as a priority from the startup ecosystem also. So how can that be reflected by the industry collaborating together to the policymakers to create the right kind of both the policy and the funding ecosystem also?
For a startup India could actually have a Web3 section. Yeah, Professor, you want to say something? So what we'll do is now we'll just wrap up with one minute. So Meghna, you could answer and wrap up and then go this way, starting with you.
So I think to your point, there is a lot of policy incoherence over here. Typically as a startup industry, any industry, you require a champion within government. And even if you have that champion, another department can come in and derail all your good work, as we've seen most recently in gaming with the institution of the GST. So I think one is we need policy coherence, which means we need ministries to talk to each other and come out with a coherent and cohesive policy on startups across industries, and particularly consider where we are finding success, the areas in which are finding success, and come out with policies that enable rather than hinder those sectors. So that is my response to you, is that, yeah.
Yes. No, I had a different point on this. I think both Meghna and both of you have answered that. I'm just giving you a statistic of the investment flows into India, right? From in this sphere, Web3, about 30% is going into trading and cybersecurity. And hardly 10% goes into product development. Now as I think the point which Meghna mentioned, if we have the right nudges, 28% GST, or if you're talking 30% GST, it should be sensitive to which segment within Web3 we need to encourage. And I'm very sure that that is where the tweaking is required. I think your point about GST, or even your point about, sandboxes, which you mentioned earlier, those are the areas where we need investments to be redirected. Is that happening? Because in my view, if you are going to have 15% going into trading, that does not help trading itself, right? The technology does not develop. So in the long run, that will not be very helpful for trading itself.
I think from a startup point of view, the only thing we need is transparent, consistent policy framework. If we can really get that, and as Meghna said, different ministries having one coherent point of view, I think rest the entrepreneurial zeal can take care of. That's the only thing which is needed. There are enough and more domestic use cases, and I believe this is one area where, as I mentioned before, there is no geographical boundaries, and the use cases will be global, technology will be global, and we can really build very, very large companies by Indian founders sitting in India. All we need is the right framework.
Okay, so thank you, audience, for being a great audience, and thank you, panelists, for sticking to time. So what we've really talked about today is starting with Professor Damodaran, is that, look at, a very interesting point that you made. Depending on where you start policy making from, the negative or the positive. So if you as a timely policy making has to start with the positives and build on it. Then we had, Manish talking about the need for supportive policy to, accelerate, grow, and linked with Professor Damodaran's last point about getting more than the 10% into actually product development, and more companies need to look at product development. Then Meghna's point about, whole of government approach and looking at the positives from global regulation, how can we apply that in India? And of course, then with Kaushal's point that we have a lot of existing regulation in India. And of course, the two main concerns which both Professor Damodaran and Meghna talked about was money laundering and, financial stability, right? And taxation, right, can be taken care of. And the Indonesian example is something which you can follow. So thank you, panelists, for that great session. And I'm sure each of the sessions here, whether over the next 2 days, we'll also talk about a little bit of policy. And thank you once again, BW, for organizing this panel and also the opportunity for Bharat Web3 to partner. Thank you very much. And thank you, panelists.
A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and Dilipji for moderating that. Thank you. And with that, we move ahead with the second panel discussion on immersive technologies, the go-to destination for growth and engagement of consumer-facing brands. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Deepak Ranganathan, SVP and CMO, DLF. Dhruvil Jain, Head, App Marketing, Tata Click. Juhi Gurwara, Head, Brand Communications, Digital Marketing, Philips. Shivam Ranjan, Head, Marketing, Motorola. Ravi Krishnan, Head, Flipkart Labs. And this session will be chaired by Sunil Arora, co-founder, Trace Network Labs. Let's welcome all of them collectively, please.
Hi, friends. This is Sunil Arora. I'm going to be moderating this session. I've been an educator, a technology advisor, a consultant, and a solution provider globally for apparel and fashion organizations in almost like 50 different countries for the last 4 decades. And been mainly doing technology-related advisory services. For last 3 years, almost like 4 years, we started with Trace Network Labs, utilizing Web3 in a very big way for global brands and fashion companies. And a few of them have also adopted that in India. It is creating great, unmatched, previously unimaginable scenarios, especially in the fashion scenario for us. And I have been involved in it personally. So it is creating possibilities which are of a different level. It is creating a novel experience. It is creating growth possibilities for fashion and various other things. But more about that in my session tomorrow, where I will be a speaker. Today is about various other industries where stalwarts from other industries are here, and let us uncover their stories and adopting this technology and utilizing it to their industry needs, and to understand what was their overall scenario, why did they select a particular, what made them select these things, and how they've been successful, or what are the kind of weaknesses and problems they've faced till now. So starting my session with Deepak from DLF. So he has some great opportunities which he has utilized over there, and some various things which he'll like to share with you himself. So I'm very sure this will be a great possibility for you to have a look at, to understand and learn from it. Yes, Deepak, I would start with you, our session, and basically uncovering your story of adoption and your experience of utilizing Web3 in DLF.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Sunil, and the other panelists. So, I mean, real estate per se, right, is a little different versus all the other consumables that you have, because first of all, it's a very high ticket item, right? Although you create immense amount of immersive technologies, people would still like to come, touch and feel, because they don't want to put the money on the table because it's a very high ticket money that you put on the table. So it's quite important for us to create immersive experiences for the customers. Of course, VR has been there for many years now, but then VR has its own limitations that it can't go beyond a certain, because it needs another gear, and and you can, there is only a limit to which you can actually put it up on the screen in front of them. 20% of our 20% of the customer base, if you see, are non-resident Indians, right, who actually physically can't come and see the product before they buy, but it's really high ticket that they don't want to put the money. So it's quite important to be able to show them, showcase them in a hyper real manner, because the way we've seen Web 1 to Web 2 to now Web 3, right? The amount of rendering, the quality or the hyper realism that you actually get in the renderings is like phenomenal. Because right now we go with real space technologies, which is exactly what the gaming industry uses to create the hyper real experiences. Plus, we also take it to the next level of metaverse, where you actually create digital twins of the buildings that are there, of the entire society that you have. And then there is an avatar that comes and explains to you, he or she actually, that you can choose from, walks you around. And then there is a lot of machine learning that's coming as and when you keep prompting and asking questions to this avatar, that avatar becomes a sales consultant by himself, right? And he answers all the questions, from the space to square feet to dimensions to usage to money to like how much is the down, what is the interest rate, which are the banks you have tie up with. I mean, like, it gives you every single information that actually is not humanly possible also if you come to a real experience center, right? So, but still we need a physical experience center, because people want to come and talk to a physical person before putting 10 crores on the table, right? They don't want to just see something digitally and just, do. And I would say real estate is also a little far away in terms of e-commerce, because first of all, e-commerce needs clean money, right? Completely clean money. Which I don't want to talk about anything, but that's the first point. The second point is, e-commerce generally works through credit cards, right? But to an extent through bank transfers, etc. as well. But then, putting a 50 lakh down payment, right, on just an internet channel is not something people still prefer these days, right? So we are still far away from e-commerce, but if we are able to prove with Web3 blockchain that it's extremely safe to transact any amount of big amount of money, then e-commerce definitely is going to catch up with real estate. But right now, where we are investing is purely on the immersive technologies and how you can actually bring about this. And we're also working with Prop VR and other new startup organizations with Squaryards as well. It's about bringing the leasing industry. See, one is the real estate buying, the other part is real estate leasing, right? Real estate leasing, you can today, everybody on an average looks at least 5-6 apartments before they rent one, and at least about 10-15 properties before they buy one, right? So the immersive experience kind of cuts down the amount of top choices that you have into the top 3 that you actually want to still physically go and see, right? That's where both the buying and the leasing industry is actually catching up. So I'll probably leave it back to Sunil and
yeah, I'll come back to you
absolutely
for various other possibilities which DLF is using it for. I'll move to Juhi now to tell her experience in Philips, where she works for as digital marketing and head of brand communications. How has been your experience in various categories of products that Philips gets into, and how do you believe that, yes, what made you think that these are the issues which you'll be able to solve for the customers?
Sure. Hi, everyone. So For those of you who know Philips over the years, the company has moved from lighting to domestic appliances to now healthcare. And as an healthcare organization, we still do have the B2B and B2C business. So I'll give you examples of how we're using it in both the cases. When it comes to B2B, we do make a lot of equipment for hospitals that does save people's lives. So in that sense, we want to make sure we're using these technologies to improve and save lives of people. So imagine someone in a tier 2, tier 3 city who goes for an MRI and needs a doctor to look at it immediately and tell them what is the next step. Thankfully, technologies these days can actually utilize AI, informatics, machine learning, all of it, process the data quickly. And if required, if it's an emergency, maybe directly the machine talks to a surgeon sitting in a different country, maybe in the US, who can then guide the doctor who's looking at the scan right there, not even a doctor, maybe someone who's just operating the machine, and guide the patient and tell them, look, here's the next step. You need a surgery, so you need to go to such and such place within the next day or so. In the absence of such a technology, what would a patient do? Move from hospital to hospital, stage by stage, right? Just moving up the level. So it's saving us a lot of time. It's saving us critical time, which machines are doing for us today. So that is on the B2B side. Now in the consumer space, we also do a lot of grooming devices for male grooming, for female grooming. We also are in the mother and child segment. Now, if I look at where is our customer who we're trying to catch today? Again, immersive technologies has made it very easy for us. We do our highest selling grooming product for men is something called the One Blade. I'm sure some of you use it or have heard of it. And more so because, we've got Virat Kohli advertising for it all the time. But talking about reaching our consumer, it is Gen Z. It is young boys who start their first trim, are not old enough to use a shaver, would probably use a One Blade because they can style themselves, make sure they don't get cuts and things like that. So we catch them through their favorite passion, which is gaming. We've just launched a One Blade gaming team. We've tied up with, I could mention because it's public information, with Nodwin, and most recently with esports, where our team will be promoting the product. And I guess this is just one aspect of how brands are tying up to reach their customers, but many are also selling on these platforms. Just in a discussion outside, we were talking about in the fashion industry, how people are already selling costumes for their gaming avatars, right? That's probably the next level where you can give yourself a trim or a shave and see how your beard looks in real time, and then decide how you want to style yourself. And then moving on to another category where, the Avent brand, which is also a part of Philips, how we're supporting mothers in rural areas where you may not have a doctor on call immediately, but a midwife or an ASHA worker could put an app on you for fetal monitoring and let the doctor know in a city in case there is a need for a surgery, in case there's a need for a preterm delivery. All of that can be monitored remotely today. So these are just some examples, and we can talk of more detail as much as you want.
Absolutely, that's very interesting. And yes, in fashion, I'd like to say that, yes, we are already on to the possibilities of creating your avatars, buying it from brands, trying it on yourself, and showcasing it in social media or in metaverses or various other kind of platforms. This is already happening. And yes, a similar kind of a thing for products which you are into in terms of Philips and various other things. It's very much available, and yes, you'll be adopting them very soon. So I'll come to Shivam, who is head of marketing from Motorola. What has been your experience, and how have you been utilizing that in Motorola? And where do you see is the kind of change which you have brought in for your customers in terms of interaction and the various kind of possibilities in terms of customer growth?
Absolutely. Thanks, Sunil. Yeah, so I'll start off with a couple of insights on the industry and then lead to where we are going and why we are going there. So if you look at the industry in India, the smartphone industry is moving towards premium products. So there's a premiumization happening in the smartphone industry that we're seeing today. Consumers are moving towards more premium smartphones, not just in terms of price points, but also in terms of design, the form factors. There are new form factors that are emerging. There are new design, color, material, finishes that are emerging. In fact, at Motorola, we are one of the pioneers in terms of the form factors. So for example, if you might remember, some of you might remember the Razr, the Motorola Razr, which was the iconic flip phone of all time. We've brought the new avatar of that in the form of a foldable phone. And we've recently launched the 4th version of the Razr 40 series, just a week back in India. So with these new form factors, there's a lot of reason for consumers to actually have a touch and feel kind of an experience, or an experience that's very close to it, right? I mean, and along with that, at Motorola, we're also looking at redefining the concepts of design in a smartphone, because consumers today are looking at more premium design. So we are experimenting with form factors, we're experimenting with colors. So if you look at our products, they're some of the best looking products. We've partnered with Pantone at a global level. And if some of you know, Pantone is a global leader in terms of color and fashion trends. And basis that partnership, now we've got exclusive rights to use their color of the year. Pantone selects the color of the devices for us. We are using leather finishes, vegan leather finishes, not animal leather, but vegan leather finish, premium leather finishes, etc. on our smartphones. Now, all these things, they're very difficult to communicate just through static and non-immersive technologies, right? I mean, consumers need to actually, experience them through immersive technologies to be able to make a decision to buy. Basis these trends, what we have really leveraged and we have significantly adopted is AR, right? I think AR is something that has picked up very rapidly also because of the proliferation of smartphones. I mean, the more smartphones there are, it's very easy to activate an AR experience. And we're using that across all our channels. So first of all, when we talk about online, right? I mean, definitely a consumer who's going to buy online is still wanting to have an experience of the product, to understand the features, the color, material, finish, and the AR is doing that very easily online. Even in our communications that we do on digital, etc., we are giving the option for the consumers to experience the AR experience. And third, I mean, while it's a little counterintuitive, why would you have AR at retail? Because retail is obviously a touch point for you to touch and feel the product. But just as a fact, I mean, in India, there are about 150,000 mobile touch points that are available. So if you talk about distribution, there is potential for a brand. I mean, the space is about 150,000 stores. To be available physically in 150,000 stores is virtually impossible for any brand. And hence, through the point of sale material that we are also deploying. So in places where we can't have physical demos, where we can't have actual devices, we are deploying these point of sale materials, which are having these QR codes that enable the consumer to actually experience the product through the AR technologies. In addition to that, we're seeing that this technology is also very useful from a training perspective. So for the field force that we have deployed across the country, for our service engineers that we train for the purpose of repairs, etc., AR is something that has come out in a big way for us, and we're definitely leveraging that. Another thing that works is the 360 format, which is the most widely adopted format that is there currently. You see it on social, you see it on Facebook, YouTube, etc., where people get a 360-degree view of the communication that you're doing. So that is also something that we have adopted, and we are using it extensively in our communication, etc. And last but not the least, I think it's also important to understand the relevance of AI and ML that is coming in as part of Web 3.0, where specifically with respect to customer service and customer support, we have our own chatbot that we've designed, which we call Molly. And that's a chatbot that is driven by AI and machine learning and is able to provide consumers with answers 24/7 on approach. So these are some of the things that we've done at Motorola.
Thank you so much. Yes, Web3 is creating next level of e-commerce, which is much more experiential. It's much more interactive. You are in a thing, you are in a game, you are in a story, you are in a store. So all that is genuinely very, very interesting, and it's only possible through this new technology. I'll shift to Dhruval now, head of app marketing from Tata Click. So what has been your experience? How is Tata Click is utilizing this technology? What do you feel? Yes, these are the kind of issues which we have been able to solve for your customers.
So I think as we move into Web 3.0, like he also mentioned, AR becomes very, very important. The idea is to give the best experience possible to the customer, solve a lot of problems for them. So when it comes to e-commerce and specifically fashion, the look and feel, the experience of the product becomes crucial. So, for example, furniture, if you can, if you're looking at furniture online and if you can just project it in your drawing room, that is a kind of experience we are trying to provide to the customers. They can actually understand how they can use the product, what are its features. I think Deepak also mentioned, it's very, very important if we can add more and more value through these mechanisms to the customer. So I think the major change which comes in is basically through UI UX improvement, product identification, which is a pain point for the customer as of now. We need to develop chatbots wherein, just customer comes and we understand this is their demographics, their, past purchases, behavior, what are their looks, what are their likes, dislikes and everything, and recommend the right product to the customer. So personalization is the thing which I think e-commerce is extremely bullish on. And we at Tata Click, we are trying to personalize our experience for the customers and improve it multifold. So that is one. The another part which comes in is basically, when you create awareness, when you reach out to the customer, you create more and more personalized communication for the consumer. The ad cost productions goes down, you create more ads through UI, you use images and create videos out of them. And that personalized experience creates a very, very high interaction rate with the customer. Usually a CTR, which is monitored in e-commerce, it rises multifold. And similarly, the interaction with the product also becomes like you mentioned, a game for the consumer. So that experience is basically, what e-commerce is particularly bullish on. Yeah, I think
Thank you so much, Dhruval. Yes, another point I would like to say that what we have been able to provide is not only a salesman or a woman in that digital atmosphere to guide you to your liking or the products that you're liking. Another thing about shopping experience, which is not available in e-commerce, is doing it with your loved ones, going with your friends or with your family and buying something, where this Web3 environment is giving you the possibility of calling any of your loved ones from anywhere in the world to be in that shopping experience with you and help you in shopping. So how good it will be that you are in a Tata Click store, digital store as your avatar, and you can call your wife who is probably traveling in another world, and you can call her for 5 minutes and she can help you in shopping. So this kind of an experience is only possible out of Web3 immersive environments, and then probably she can go back after that, and that experience, that intimate side of things, which is a combination of your shopping experience in a bigger store, physical store, and relatively boring e-commerce scenario. We are in a position to combine it and make it more interesting for you. So yes, I come back to Ravi now, who has been utilizing and working on various kind of possibilities for fashion, as well as various other product categories which Flipkart is into. Ravi, what has been your experience in designing, innovating, and then ultimately utilizing it for Flipkart?
Sure. Thanks, Sunil. Yeah, I think the use cases for immersive technologies for e-commerce is fairly clear. I think multiple panelists have already covered it. And I know this is a session on Web3, and a lot of us are talking about immersive experiences more than Web3. And I believe there is a reason. Web3 is essentially a concept of a future of the digital experience where you are able to do everything in a very interactive, immersive, and individualized manner. right? And a lot of the technologies that we have been talking about today, I believe, are fundamental building blocks towards getting there. And that's the thesis that Flipkart has taken in our explorations in the space. So we've been looking at more immersive product visualizations for almost 3 years now. We started with view in 3D, view in your room, which is essentially view in AR experience. And what we realized as we started on the journey is, it's not just the technology itself, but how do you bring it alive in a very immersive and a very intuitive manner, and across a wide set of categories and devices, network speeds, all of that, right? So it's not, the devil is not in the technology, the devil is in the implementation, has been our learning. So what we have done over the last 2 to 3 years is build a lot of custom. So we today have 3D AR experiences live over almost 100 verticals. All our high value products, we have almost 70% plus coverage of view in 3D or view in AR experience. And what we have learned along the way is that we need to customize and build a lot of them on our own to make it relevant and make it render on a device which is say a 2 GB phone or on a 3G or slow 4G internet speeds. So we have our own custom AR viewer today. We don't use the native AR viewer which Google offers off the Play Store, but we have our own custom viewer which is both made lighter, and also the user experience is a little more easy for a first-time user. So just to bring a nuance out, a vertical placement in AR is very difficult. So placing something on a flat floor is relatively easier. If you have to place a television, a flat screen TV on a wall, or if you have to place a water geyser on a wall, right? Or if you have to place a fan on the ceiling, all of those experiences are a lot more harder. And what we have tried to do through our AR experiences to make those user interfaces and ability to find those planes a lot easier. Similarly, for view in 3D, the size of the 3D viewer as well as the size of the 3D asset itself, 3D model, which plays out, right? Both of those are super critical for us to be able to scale this. So what we have done is we have our own pipeline of 3D optimization. Today, our 3D models are almost 80 to 90% lighter than the rack solutions which are out there. And we need this because at a Flipkart scale, we need to deploy it across multiple devices. So today, the model is so light that I can replace a catalog image on a regular, an image which is there, right? A JPEG image with a 3D model, and the product still plays. And we are actually doing that experience under AB now for a few categories like smartphones on our platform already. So that's been our journey in terms of building these technologies out. And we've kind of expanded beyond that. We realized that just view in 3D or view in AR covers a certain set of categories, but for fashion, which as Sunil spoke about some time back, you need a slightly different experience. So we now have try-on as a capability for categories like beauty. So in beauty try-on, one of the key insights that we identified when we were launching is customers want to visualize the entire look on their face and compare how it looks when you've used multiple beauty products, right? A kajal, an eyeliner, a lipstick, all of it together, and a blush, all of it together, and compare a pre-post. So our beauty try-on experience allows you to put multiple products and on your own face and do a pre-post kind of comparison. We also launched try-on for apparel. I think again Sunil spoke about a future where you'll be able to see yourself in every e-commerce catalog. We are not fully there yet, but we are almost there. We have an ability now for top wear especially, which is what we launched in men and women, where you can customize an avatar of your body dimensions, your chest, waist, height, weight, body shape, and you can visualize how a small, medium, large XL looks on that, what is right, what is tight, what is, physically impossible to get into, and, what is loose, right? So we have that experience live on fashion today. And I think the future is when a lot of these technologies become hygiene. So I'll just throw a data point out here. According to some recent surveys by McKinsey and a couple of other consulting firms, 47% of Indian consumers say that they will be willing to upgrade and buy a higher value product if they are able to visualize a product immersively and personalize and view it in that manner. 45% of beauty shoppers online expect a try-on experience as almost a hygiene feature when they buy online today. They look for it. So some of these experiences are soon reaching a stage where they are becoming hygiene expectations for consumers, especially as Gen Z, Gen Alpha takes over. I can talk a lot about that, but I'll focus on the point. As these consumers become a larger part of the workforce, you will see that these expectations become a hygiene. And the future of this is how do you make these experiences more and more interactive? So for example, I think Deepak spoke about high value e-commerce transactions. We may not be reaching a 5 crore house yet, but we have started selling 1.5 lakh rupees electric vehicles. So I don't know how many of you are aware, Flipkart has launched electric vehicles, two-wheelers as a category. And the primary hypothesis behind that category is the customer being able to visualize the product in 3D and interact with the model. So we have a capability where you can see how a helmet fits into the boot, right? So it's an interactive 3D model. I think you spoke about, Priyam, about this flip phone, right? The future is, months away, where you'll be able to flip the phone in the 3D model and not just view it. You'll be able to see how it opens, closes, right? How smooth is that interface? All of that is just, weeks or months away. So I think we are quickly moving towards a future where these experiences become hygiene, and making these experiences interactive become hygiene. And yeah, I think I'll probably give it back to Sunil now. Yeah.
Thank you. We eagerly look forward to Flipkart getting onto that, and we love to use it. I go back to Deepak once again, talking about one of my experience with one of the large reality company, although I'm from the fashion scenario, but we spoke to various other industries also, where we talked about creating a complete project of theirs in 3D on a metaverse, absolutely utilizing all these technologies and creating multiple towers of that project, where people from various strata can come, that the consumers can come and probably make their avatar, the family can make their avatars and move around in any of the house of that particular tower, and being able to see what they will see outside and how will it be, that kind of an experience, without a product actually being there, much over and above the kind of videos or digital exhibitions or various other kind of possibilities of catalogs which you have. So have you been looking at it, or have you achieved something like that in DLF or various other reality areas which you probably know of?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what you mentioned is already a reality. So basically, you are able to get into any apartment or any house in that particular entire complex. You can go to any part of that particular society, go to the clubhouse, the swimming pool, yoga room, meditation centers. I mean, whatever is there, right? The gym, you can even work out in the gym, right? So it's like that amount of technology is already there and it's already real, right? And it's not just getting into that house, you can customize that house. Like for finishes, you can change the colors, you can change the carpets, you can see the same room with furniture, without furniture. Because some people, generally you show a VR, element of the room, but you will still want to know the size of the room, right? How does it look without the furniture? So you can remove the furniture, you can add furniture. In fact, you even have digital scales where you just move the mouse pointer and it actually shows the dimension of the room. You can measure the windows, you can measure the doors. I mean, there are things that you may not be able to do actually in a physical house. You can actually do it better in a virtual house. And then you can even move the sun direction. So you can see how much the evening sun comes in, how much the morning sun comes in, with the curtains on, without curtains on. It's like every single possibility that you would want to understand is already real, and it's possible in the digital space.
I'm good. Similar on the weather side of it also, because how will it look in a certain weather? How will it be without that weather? Having a sunny house and having it in these rains, it's a different scenario. It's a great thing.
Absolutely. It also helps business. Like, for example, there are right now, if you see most of the apartments we do is like 40 floors, 35 floors, 50 floors, right? What happens is the pricing depends on which floor you are in, right? So the more you go, you have preferential pricing. So say a fifth floor apartment versus a 45th floor apartment, the 45th is going to be more expensive. But again, it depends. Delhi is a little different. Delhi is inverse, right? The lower the floor, it's more price because nobody wants to go higher. But Gurgaon is absolutely inverse, right? So so we also have different models, right, for different cities. So what happens is that I should be able to show you what the view from a 35th floor balcony looks like, right? Because I have not built it. It takes me 4 years to build that 35th floor. So for you to, we sell it off in a week or 10 days, most of our projects, right? So I should be able to show you. So which means that the entire floor, up to 50 floor, every single apartment's view is already simulated, right? And you can pick and choose the apartment that you want to go to. And you go to that particular balcony and see the view, but you come to the other room and see the other balcony, the view is completely different, but you'll be able to see the entire city in day view and night view. It's possible. I mean, it's already there.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And that's what I was wanting to come to. That yes, all these are all the good examples of this technology. But unfortunately, it's still evolving. It's still not to its optimal level. I'll again come back to Ravi. What do you think are the genuine weaknesses or pitfalls or the issues in this technology which are still not being handled, although technologists are promising on it, and the overall scenario is quite good? I talk of the negative side of things. What do you believe are the negative sides which are still there and which need to be ironed out till the consumer is fully utilizing it?
Sure. Yeah, I think I'll probably spend a minute before I start answering your question on some background, right? See, I think all of these technologies, the way the right future for all of these technologies is coming back an entire Web3 world where you are, as an individual, you're able to kind of transfer the world as seamlessly as you are in a physical world. It is interacting and connected to your physical world, and you're able to do everything that you do in a physical world, right? Which is shop, interact, have fun, entertain, get yourself educated, all of those things, right? That's the future towards which we are working towards, right? And for that future to come up, metaverse experiences have to become a lot more seamless, and Web3 as a technology for digital goods, right? For you to be able to seamlessly interact and engage and play with digital goods, that has to become as seamless as it is to interact in the physical world, right? I think a lot of these, the biggest challenge is having an underlying platform which connects all of these. So right now, a lot of these technologies are in their own silos, right? I spoke about the apparel try-on. I have that experience, but am I able to transverse a metaverse wearing whatever is the product that I have bought, right? Do I have a digital NFT version of that along with a physical product, which I'm able to seamlessly use across worlds? So I think interconnectivity and making sure that all of these experiences are interconnected to each other and be accessible to everyone, right? So again, this will become a lot more seamless if every seller on the Flipkart marketplace is able to create their own experiences. Doesn't require a specialist to kind of create it and render it out, right? So I think scalability is the biggest challenge if I look at it. And the way we are looking at addressing that as Flipkart is we are trying to create a platform for brands and sellers to participate in this. So there is all the immersive experiences that I spoke about. A lot of those are available on our seller platform today. Sellers are able to avail those like they would avail any other catalog service on the Flipkart platform, creating a 3D model, creating a try-on for their clothes, etc. We have started it out. It's still not at scale, but hopefully in the next year or so, every seller in the marketplace will be able to access, and they will be able to create in a very pipeline platformized manner. Similarly, for brands, we are creating a platform where they can create their own metaverse experiences, where you as a brand want a certain brand ethos, you want to create a certain metaverse world. It becomes almost a platformized approach, where you are able to, enter what is it that you want, and, it gets created. And similarly, we are also in the process of launching a Web3 based loyalty and rewards platform for brands where they can also dabble in the Web3 space, configure their own NFT based rewards. We are also trying to enable tradability for those rewards on by creating a marketplace where users can buy and sell rewards. Again, all of this in a very platformized manner. So I think the biggest challenge is democratization of technology so that every customer can interact with it, and every brand and every seller can configure their own experiences they may want in a very platformized, simple manner without needing to understand the underlying tech intricacies behind it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ravi. Yes, you summarized it quite well. I'll go to Shivam once again before we open it for questions. Basically, I would want a very simple question. What are your suggestions for adoption in your type of industry for people to learn from? What are your suggestions that what they should do in case they want to adopt this kind of a technology?
I think adoption is something that is very critical, and I think like you mentioned, democratization of this technology is really required to make the adoption possible. But I think some of the factors that we have to take care of as an industry is, one, the costs associated with it, right? So typically right now, the cost of developing these technologies is so high that democratization is not possible. So only brands like Flipkart and some other big brands are able to develop technologies. The others are not, right? So the more we bring the costs of development, we make it easier for more people to develop, open up these technologies to more and more people to adopt. That is when the democratization will happen, and that is when the adoption will grow. The second thing is also, which is going to be very, very important, and this is not just for my industry, but across industries. I think it's the adoption of tech devices, right? So for example, let's talk about smartphones, right? I mean, with a 1.4 billion population, the estimates anywhere for India penetration is about 700 million, right? So I mean, we're still at about 50% adoption, right? So there is, if people have the right devices to activate these experiences, that is when the adoption will grow. So I think there is tremendous amount of potential with the growth and in the penetration of the smartphones itself to grow the adoption of this technology. And third, last but not the least, I think it's also important for the consumers to be able to experience this properly, right? And if we have to look at that, then for example, technologies like 5G, which are basically expanding the universe with respect to accessibility and the speed and the ease at which people can access, not just through their mobile phones, but in their homes as well, to and connect to these experiences and get these experiences seamlessly. I think these three things for me would be critical to be able to enable, adoption across a large number of users.
Thank you, Shivam. Yes, I'd give it to Dhruval as well as to Juhi to come out with their suggestions and as short as possible, because then we'll open it up for questions also.
Sure. Maybe not a suggestion, but just more of awareness. While there are great examples of how we're converting digital versions of reality to sell. I am not talking about how we're using advertising or marketing, though that is the field I'm from. I just like to stress a little bit more about turning reality into a digital version, which is precision diagnostics, because that is what is a purpose that I truly believe in. And not from a brand standpoint, but personally as well. The more you can give back to people with the use of technology, the more you're utilizing it. So if there is a way for you to replicate what's inside the body externally through diagnostics and help someone with a new lease of life, that's the best use of technology.
Thanks, Juhi.
I think I just have a small point to mention, or probably to add. I think, everyone mentioned different the scenarios which come along with AI. I think the more important part would be as and when this technology develop, there would be a lot of new scenarios, there would be a lot of new use cases we'll experience, which might be very, very different from how we see it today. And I think it's very important to be very adaptive of these new technologies, because how we experience the world right now will be very, very different in future. It has been very different in the past. And it's very, very important to kind of move alongside. We need to be very updated. We need to be very open. And we also need to, keep a check that, this is not exactly to replace someone. This is more to, optimize and enhance the experience for the customer and for the.
Thank you, Dhruval. Thank you. Yes, now I open it up for questions. Yes, please.
All right. I'm Karan Rao. I have an air pollution company. My question is related to, you mentioned cost in the last round about immersive tech development. So my question is about what have you done for cost cutting or optimization to reduce the cost, and how do you see that scale? Is it like, what are the technologies where you see the cost is the maximum? Is it like it could be the gig economy, which could come and play? You mentioned marketplaces. So this question is for everybody, especially for large ticket products. And where is the cost optimization in the future?
Please.
Yeah, so I think it's a good question. Thanks for raising it. I realized after I spoke that I missed talking about one point in the last one, so I can cover that now. So we've been working on automation. I think cost optimization will come to a large extent through automation. So we already have a pipeline, just to take an example of the 3D model creation, right, which is the underlying asset behind all of these technologies. We have set up through our data science team a model where you can just take a video, a 360-degree video of either a 360-degree video of a product, right? So you basically place a product and just kind of rotate your camera all around it, or you take images from 6 different directions, and you're able to put it into an AI model, and there is an output that comes, which is a 3D model, which is auto-created and auto-rendered, right? So a lot of nuances around this, lighting, texture, all of it has to be gotten right, but we have gotten it right for a bunch of categories. So we are already using that pipeline. So that's one clear way to reduce cost. And again, it's months away for a future where any seller on the marketplace can take a photo with their smartphone, right, to a guided app interface. You tell them that, hey, take this angle, this angle, this angle. And then there is a data science model which is playing out on a GPU behind, and in 2 hours, you have a 3D model which is already created and uploaded on the catalog, right? So in my mind, a lot of cost reduction will happen when AI starts playing a larger role in the creation of these experiences versus a lot of manual intervention required today. The second is compute, right? How can you bring down the compute requirements? How do the models become more optimized? And you're able to kind of create and render them with much lesser compute. So the main elements of the cost are the physical creation cost and the hosting cost, right? So both of it can be reduced through a lot of AI and optimization.
So I'll just probably add to what he just said, right? So specifically, there are so many touch points to customer, right? I mean, always keep customer first and never compromise that part. Now, several touch points to customer, be it, a WhatsApp messaging to dropping a lead on the website, to calling your call center to, there are so many touch points, right? And then your website where the immersive experience is also there. Now, for example, if you adopt conversational AI, right, through WhatsApp, etc., right, it will possibly get your call center costs down by 30%. So that's where you find efficiency. So what happens is there are technologies within the entire immersive experience with all the touch points where you adapt one, and then it saves you 30% on something else, and then put the 30% on this. So it's basically optimizing and trade-offs of all the touch points that you have, so that with the same bang for the buck, you are actually getting better bang for the buck.
So this question is for Flipkart, and as rightly said, it's always customer first. So during the lockdown, all these companies like Flipkart, Amazon, when anybody is coming online, from the legal point of view, what protection measures are you taking? Like, are you taking into account their trademarks, which are they filing? What products are they selling? Because there are a lot of products right now in the market, especially of Indian origin, which should not be in the market. So what is the responsibility of Flipkart in that demand?
Yeah, so we have guardrails in terms of listing of products on the marketplace, etc. And yeah,
is the technology proprietary in nature? Have you filed any copyright, trademarks, anything?
Yeah, we have processes for that. Maybe we can take it offline since it's not directly pertaining.
It's not
to Web3 or
directly
immersive.
related to this, but yes, you can probably take it offline.
Okay, thank you.
During the lunch session, you can probably speak to him.
Hi. First of all, thanks so much for putting this together. And Sunil, I just have to compliment you. You asked a lot of really nice questions. I thought the point about moderator asking about negatives is, not something I come across. So usually, my name is Raj. I work with Metafee, which is a company. So Ravi might know that because we work with them on one of the projects. But my question is more open-ended and for absolutely everyone now. With real estate, with luxury, with consumer electronics, or healthcare electronics, with smartphones, razors. By the way, by far my favorite childhood possession, and of course e-commerce and fashion as well. What are some unexplored areas that you feel where there's something could be built, but just like how Juhi had a wonderful suggestion of innovation in a particular area in your particular industry, right? Because as founders and creators, we don't really get a lot of interaction with industries and domain experts, right? So what are some unexplored areas you feel in your industry where you would like to see some more innovation, or maybe you have some suggestions for some innovation? Thank you.
I think there is a lot of innovation which is about to happen. I think we have just started, right? It's only, I think, 1% of where we should have been. And I think the major areas in future where I can foresee there's a lot of innovation which is required is basically, user generated content when it comes to AI. businesses are doing, what they have to, what they are trying. With incoming of, products like Vision Pro, Apple and Samsungs of the world moving into this, a lot of user generated content will be there. And with the incoming of a lot of startups like you, D2Cs and everyone, there will be a lot of adoption of AI where, you won't need a large 1,000-member team to, develop something, or a large 2,000-member team to deliver something. It would be probably, some people will be sitting in silos and creating amazing products. And there where I feel, AI has not reached yet. There's a lot of, improvements which needs to be done. There would be a lot of open sources which come into picture. And these people will be using these products and automations into developing great businesses and solve more problems. Yes.
So just to add to that, what I think should develop further and what will help people even more is some more investment of technology in wearables. Today, wearables do provide basic information, like an Apple Watch can help you take care of your health, in a bit, but something more that will tell you before you get into trouble or before the need to get to a doctor, that you need to be prepared, which is already in the pipeline, and there's certain tools that help you do that. But I think some more work should go in. More companies like yours can probably help find those AI solutions. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, there are more questions. Yeah, maybe we can take them during our networking session, during lunch or coffee breaks. It's genuinely an evolving scenario. The future will showcase some of the new scenarios coming and taking shape in a different way altogether, which were absolutely unimagined. Previously unimagined scenarios will happen. And thank you very much for my panelists and for my audience. Thank you so much. You can ask more things, you can interact more, and we will be coming back with more scenarios as soon as they come up. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just a reminder, whenever you get time, do take out a few more minutes and visit our registration desk for getting more insights into the world of business via the print medium of ours. We had shown you a new issue which is going to be rolled out soon, or has rolled out on the screen before we had showed you. We'll also remind you once again during the afternoon. You can also sort of register there. There are better multiple offers, if I must say, for our audience members today. Do visit that. Now, moving ahead from our panel discussions to a fireside chat. And the topic for the same is customer at the center of innovation. Please join me in welcoming our conversationalist for the same, let's say, Rajesh Bansal, CEO, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. And joining him is Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Businessworld, and founder, Exchange for Media. Gentlemen, please. Everybody, let's welcome them.
Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the inaugural edition of the Businessworld Web3 Forum. We couldn't have had a better person, Mr. Bansal, to talk about what is happening in this domain. Mr. Bansal is the CEO of the RBI's Innovation Initiative. So he will tell us about RBI. We don't hear about RBI very often these days. We hear it in the context of, rate cuts or rate hikes, or the annual report that the RBI comes out. Much lesser is known about what Mr. Bansal does. So I'm grateful to him for making time and being here. Let me start by asking you, Mr. Bansal, give us a sense of the role that you and your initiative plays in helping the technology and the financial landscape, and then we'll come to Web3.
Thank you so much. Very good afternoon, everyone. And thanks, Dr. Batra, for having me here. So who are we? Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. I luckily bumped into few people whom I have met. So we are a 2-year-old company set up with the specific focus on fostering and evangelizing innovation in the financial sector. That's what when governor announced setting us up, we are a 100% owned company by RBI. So as I say, we are a lineage of RBI, but the agility of a startup. That's who we are. We're based out of Bangalore. Just to be clear, we're not based out of Mumbai. We're based out of Bangalore, the fintech capital of the country. And our mission is frictionless finance for 1 billion Indians. And as we go along, we'll talk more about it. And what does that mean? It means, and that is very dear to me personally and to my company, that we have to solve friction in financial services. We have to chip away at it one after the other, depending on various customer segments. We focus on 3 major, pillars of innovation. First is process innovation. I'm sure if I do a raise of hands, how many of you are very happy with your bank? I'm sure there are banking friends here, but please bear with me. How many of you are really happy? In my experience, you are happy? That's
3
good
people
to
in
know.
the audience are happy with their bank.
So-
How many of you are happy with your spouse? Okay, yeah. I said your own spouse. That's the question, but
Yeah,
coming back to innovation and RBI.
So process innovation, whether it's onboarding, re-KYC, e-KYC, your banking app, your browser, anything that you want. Do you get the experience that you want? And I'll specifically talk about a project which we showcased at G20, and the governor was very appreciative. I'll talk about that in a bit. Second pillar is product innovation. Financial services, and I see a lot of product companies here. Somehow we focus on what we have to give and the supply side rather than focusing on what the customer wants. Hence the topic of today's discussion, customer at the center of innovation. Product design in financial services should be the way the customer wants rather than what I as a bank or FSP offer. And that is changing obviously in this decade. Third, which is an enabler, is policy innovation. I'm sure as Dr. Batra said, RBI is a regulator, but also an enabler in a lot of ways. So how does it enable responsible innovation? That is the third pillar of our work. I'll talk more about it, Dr. Batra, later.
So, Mr. Bansal, let me ask you, as you rightly said, Bangalore is the fintech capital of the country. And I keep saying we have 3 valleys in the world. There is the Silicon Valley, which is about innovation, impact, and scale. Then there is the Valley of Surveillance, which is in China. They do surveillance on everybody else. And then there is Valley of Good, which is in India. UPI is a great example of that. ONDC, early days, but great example of it. As we speak, Mr. Koshi is speaking at an Exchange for Media D2C forum, not far from here, from where I'm coming. And now is the RBI Innovation Hub to be able to, as the ecosystem moves to a certain way of doing business, as consumers get ready for a digital life fully. My 84-year-old father still likes going to the bank once a week, not too far from his home. But tell us, what is the RBI Innovation Hub doing? What are the moments of truth you created for, you talked about process innovation, you talked about product innovation. Give us some examples of the work that you've done, which has led to these for the consumer, some moments of truth.
Sure, happy to talk about it. So, when I took charge, as I said, we are a startup, then we set up our office. Then I asked myself, okay, what do we do in innovation? Because we are a very different company. We're not a product company. We're not a services company. So my board always said, how do we tell the people what do we do? So we got on our mission and started looking at the customer, getting into the shoes of the customer. So one of the big customer segments was 120 million farmers. I'm sure a lot in the room may not relate to it, but I'll tell you the story of a farmer. If you are a farmer in Gorakhpur or in Madurai, you want a loan under the Kisan credit card. 1998 se wo scheme chal raha hai. 25 years. RBI, Government of India is pushing it. What does it take for you to get that loan? I'll tell you the story. My team went to the field and discovered Just 4 to 6 visits to the bank branch. That's it. That's it. 4 to 6 visits. How many weeks? About 5 weeks on an average. And about 5% out of pocket expense. And I'm not talking about any corruption or something. I'm talking about 1,000 rupees to the lawyer who will go to the land record registry and check whether the land belongs to the farmer. I'm just talking about a 1 lakh rupee loan. Then 1,000 rupees to the village officer, 1,000 rupees to the engineer. And in one district, what was shocking, 5,000 rupees to a document writer. My young team did a debrief call. I'm like, 5,000 rupees to a document writer? But that district was on the border of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So most of the farmers were in Tamil Nadu. They had to apply in Kannada. They had a 5,000 rupees to a document writer. And then we said, look, I've been part of founding team of Aadhaar, having built various tools and pieces. So we asked a lot of banks, a lot of consulting companies, can you give us the full customer journey? What does it take for a farmer to get a loan? Unfortunately, all of them gave us 3 to 4 boxes, just boxes. वो apply करता है, we assess करते हैं, disburse करते हैं. We're like, that's not a customer journey, boss. Tell us a full customer journey. Finally, my young team went to the field and did the full customer journey. We looked at all the steps and we gave ourselves a challenge that this farmer should now get a loan through a STP, straight through process. So we have leveraged most of the DPIs that India has built. All the 10 processes are today digitized, automated. You might have, some of you happen to see media in the last 2 days, CNBC to other, news, this thing they've carried my interview. There are newspaper reports which talk about how we have ensured that it is end-to-end digital. And that is where I would say when the first time, I went to the field myself. I know a bit of Tamil. So it was in Tamil Nadu where we started with the Federal Bank. The moment of truth for me was when the farmer said, sir, money, they started saying, sir, it take 2 months. So they thought maybe we are doing something as, a lot of public authorities do. So in a few minutes, I asked him, please look at your phone. He's like, Acha, my application is over. We said, no, look at your phone. And he was shocked that the money was in his account. And honestly, the banks who worked with us, we had to really nudge them. Their delight to serve the customer in this way was unbelievable. So when a G20, SDFC Bank has done that with us for cattle loan, along with Federal Bank, that we have leveraged the dairy ERP data of Amul to give a seamless customer journey, something which used to take 26 days, now takes less than 10 minutes. So this is what I would say customer delight, because our focus again, customer, which unfortunately, I know a lot of non-financial people are there. I, as a consumer of so many of the goods and services, I wonder why they don't look at the consumer. And I think, unfortunately, in India, we have to do more and more of design thinking and getting into the shoes of the customer. I'll give you an example. I was with the board of a large private bank, and the MD asked me then, Mr. Bansal, any suggestions? I said, only one suggestion. Stand outside your bank and look at what is the customer journey. And I wish and I hope that most of the people in this room do that. Then whether you are a startup or a product company, the company will remain forever because the customer delight and the moment of truth will be known.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal, for giving those 2 specific examples, one of farmer loans in Tamil Nadu and second of how the cattle loans have been re-engineered using the ERP database of farmer. Now, let me ask, of course, you said you're looking at the process, product, you're looking at the pain points by being in the field. How do you anticipate needs of consumers when they've not experienced that? How do you figure out what is needed? You've given us 2 examples. Give us some more examples, because the customer sometimes doesn't know what needs to be done because he or she has never experienced that. So there is a latent need, not articulated. Give us examples on how you've been able to cater to unarticulated needs and create new products and services.
Thanks. One is an example of non-financial services. All of us know that. Did we expect that? I come from the Walkman era when the Walkman started, Sony. So obviously we are like, oh wow, this is cool. And then came the iPod. We are like, oh, you can carry music on the small device. So companies have figured out that there is a latent demand. Instead of the CDs and cassettes of my era, you can listen to music on demand the way you want. So in financial services, I give you another very small example. Senior citizens in the country have to file a 15G, 15H, so that TDS does not get deducted. Very small problem, which a lot of a young crowd here may not appreciate. They have to go mostly to their home branch and submit that form so that TDS on the FDs is not deducted. Simple problem. Unfortunately or fortunately for our banking friends and partners, during COVID times, my father-in-law was staying with me and he has FDs in 5 banks. Although I keep asking, why do you have FDs in 5 banks? Just please make it in one. And he is struggling to file his 15G, 15H. So when I took charge, a lot of the work that we do comes from my personal life and we realize the problem. We said, what is the big deal about filing a 15G, 15H? Why do I have to go to the branch? So now today with the help of 5 banks, you can file your 15G, 15H over WhatsApp, over SMS, and you need not have an app or an internet banking account to do that. One of the interesting pushbacks from banks, boss, you can always do it. I asked them what percentage of senior citizens use a banking app. They're like, oh, that's the problem. So thanks to the cooperation with some of the banks, now you can file it without any friction. And we have, my colleague Shalini, her father was supposed to go back to Jharkhand to file it. When she told dad, you don't need to go. He was like, are you joking? And he was banking in Canara Bank and he sent a text, everything was sorted. So this is how we try and approach things. I can keep on giving more and more examples.
One more question. We are at a blockchain Web3 conference. How is blockchain impacting and enabling the work that you are doing at the RBI Innovation Hub?
Thanks for bringing it up. One of the key areas is how do we leverage emerging tech for ensuring a frictionless financial system. And my personal belief that blockchain or distributed ledger works best in a low trust environment. So we identified a use case last year, that is inland letter of credit. We ran a POC with 11 largest banks in the country. And our focus was that it should not be tied to one single technology fabric. In India, we have always believed in interoperability. We got 3 fabric providers in the room, 11 banks in the room. We ran a POC with them. And now we are working with IBBIC. It's a company owned by 18 banks. It is gaining traction now to see how do we leverage blockchain for things which banks need to solve together. So there are multiple use cases included, potentially syndicated lending. So we are working with the banks to see what are the use cases. So we are pretty bullish that there are real problems which banks have and which can potentially be solved by Web3.
Also, you and me come from an era of physical banking, going to the branch, having the ATM. And we are living in the UPI era, in the ONDC era, in the Web3 era. It is said that the future of banks is neobanks. Future of bank is a totally automated digital bank, whichever way. Give us a sense of what are the trends you can see, which may be small right now, but you see them becoming mainstream and big and changing the way banking and financial transactions happen for consumers.
One of the first things, like I started the survey, would you not want hyper personalization of your banking app? Unfortunately, my bank shows me the same app for last 10 years. And why is the app, even if Mr. Dr. Batra is banking with the same app, a bank, why should it show him the same menu options instead of showing, the menu options he uses versus me? Hyper personalization is what Gen Z needs. 120 million Gen Z. And as you said, our banking friends have to realize that unless they do hyper personalization, this is one of the important things that they need to do, because I'm sure all of you understand what it means. A banking app of the same bank for you, me, or you has to be different. We've been convening a lot of chief digital officers of banks to discuss why are we not reinventing customer experience. That's one. The second, we are working with the banks, and I see that that's a major potential, that unless we move to local language banking, because if they're digital natives, does not necessarily mean they're English natives, right? Language, English language. So let language not be the barrier. And I can talk to my banking app in Tamil, Telugu, Odia, or whatever, and do my banking transaction. So working with IIT Madras and IDRBT to make that happen. So we are pretty bullish that not necessarily the end of banks, but the banks are reinventing themselves to serve the consumer in a lot of ways.
Of course, RBI ambit is the banks, but it is overall the economy, right? Banks is equal to economy in some way. Give us a sense of innovation that we are not able to see now, but is on the cards. Maybe something that you talked about how you helped in the cattle, financing. You talked about the fact that how did you help in terms of financing farmers to enable their agriculture businesses. Give us a sense of some other use cases that you have experimented with, you have done tests, which you will roll out in the next few weeks, months. For example, maybe one, not too much. You can give us something that is not in the public space.
Yeah, when he was asking, I was trying to think which one is safe to talk about, because we'll be talking about in public. But let's talk about, let's say, UPI native population. We believe that if we have to deepen and widen finance in the country, trust is one of the most important pillars. Because if your UPI transaction has gone wrong once and it is not reversed, you're going to tell 10 people, chhod do, ye UPI nahi chalta. Right? So RBI has taken the initiative, there is online dispute resolution. But we are now speaking to 5 banks, actually even today my team is in Mumbai, to see how we use AI/ML and set up an AI center for finance. In the next few months, we should be launching it soon, where banks come together, identify use cases which need to, let's say frauds itself in UPI as potential use case, as the first use case we are looking at. So that is in the works. And this is perhaps the first time I'm talking about it.
So an artificial intelligence center for financial transactions for UPI, for enabling the banks to enable the customers that use UPI. Fantastic. I think the power of artificial intelligence is manifesting in media, in content, in banking, and you'll see it in every healthcare, in every sector. You talked about trust. One of my friends, he's not in the room now, you know who I'm referring to. Since the morning, we've not talked about, and I'm not going to talk to you about areas that I shouldn't be talking to you, but crypto, we don't talk about crypto, because it is not legit. Let me be direct. It is not legit in the country. However, what are the things that can be done by the player? There's a new player called Sui, which is trying to build a kind of alternative to Ethereum, raised $300 million. There are my friends in FIRE trying to do something else, raising money. And I can go on about smaller companies. We can't wish away, so to say, crypto. What do you think the crypto industry needs to do right to be able to gain more trust. To, for example, we know what has happened with SVB, we know many other, uh, you know, examples which are really doing disservice to the domain, right? What do you see the play out in India happening? I know you're not the RBI governor. I know you're not the finance minister. Clearly, I know that. But still, what's your personal view?
Unfortunately, Dr. Batra, I'm in a public position, so I cannot give my personal view but I'm happy to talk to any of you. There are ideas which I keep giving the crypto people on what you should do better. But that's the only thing I can say, unfortunately.
Okay, we'll go back to innovation again. Now, when you are building process innovation, product innovation, you must have got, a lot comes from observation. The second comes from looking at pain problems. And the third comes from looking at what works in a different sector. I think these are broadly the three things you would use. Give us an example of something you saw in another sector and said, why can't we do this in the financial services domain?
Yeah, my favorite example, although my comms team said I will not name the company, I'll be careful. Music. That's my favorite example. In music, you play what you want, when you want, where you want, how you want. Period. So I also wrote an op-ed about it. We in financial services need to get to understand this is what the consumer of today needs. So we are actually learning from the music industry, the way it is transformed from where it was and how the consumers are adopting, the way I want. So in financial services, we see a lot of scope for a product which I will move the meter and say, do I want a daily repayment or a weekly repayment or a monthly repayment or a flexible repayment? I was talking to somebody, why do I have to necessarily give a 10,000 rupee EMI on the first of the month? For all you know, on the first of the month, I may not have enough money in my account. So I should be able to pay 2,000, 5,000, 3,000 whenever I want. That's how it should be. Other example of the financial playlist, as I call it, is when I wake up on a Sunday morning, a rainy morning, I wake up on a Sunday morning, it's raining. It tells you this is what, hey Rajesh, you want to listen to this music. So a lot of people have told me music is different from finance. But I'm sure my app knows what do I do on the first of every month. I'm sure your app knows that. But is it ever offered that instead of doing 4 transactions, when I log in, it'll say, hey Rajesh, welcome to the first of the month. This is what you want to do. And bingo, you can do it. I see my good friend Nitin sitting here. I'm sure they are all reinventing customer journeys. And this is what we are learning from other industries, such as music industry. And I think we need to adopt that and working with a lot of financial sector players. Another example is investment. I am used to share trading in the physical form. Then DMAT happened. But then the new firms have changed everything. They have ensured that investment is not limited to experts in the field, but limited, it's on the go. My 25-year-olds in office, they use Grow, Zerodha, whatever, like a breeze.
Absolutely. Even in the media and content play, micro payments for micro content or, granular content or an article in a simple way is the way forward. People may not read the whole issue. They may read an article, and there are companies in the Asian ecosystem which are enabling micro payments of micro content, so to say. So I think, though I'm very shy to talk about shampoo and satirization for obvious reasons, but I think it's happening in every domain.
But that's a great example you gave from media, right? Why do I need to buy a full magazine? If I want to buy an article.
You should always buy the full magazine, as you do, right? And on the site, you should read articles, additional articles by paying. But we get there. Last point to keep to, we've been running on time and our panelists for the next session are here. If you had to outline 3 trends for the future that are relevant for this forum in terms of innovation in the Web3, blockchain, and financial technology space, something which is an amalgamation of financial technology, blockchain, and Web3. What are those 1, 2, 3 trends that you gave beautiful examples? I think every panelists can learn from the fact that you give very really live examples of use cases. So give us some philosophical view now on where are we headed.
That's a tough one, especially because you brought two other elements. I'm happy to talk about innovation in finance all the time, but maybe let me give you my personal view that I'm sure a lot of audience would not love it. The fact is, we talk about distributed ledger, but it has to address a problem that exists. I've asked a lot of people, tell me one good reason why you want this particular in finance or non-finance to move to distributed ledger. I'm sure I'm sounding very dated here, because there are multiple advantages. But then when I dig deeper, honestly, my experience is most of the time, I don't get the answers right. A lot of experts dodge the right answers. So I'm just saying there is potential obviously in the technology. We have to look at what is the pain point it solves for the consumer and the financial service industry. And that is what we should focus on to be able to leverage new emerging technologies.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal. I'll take that in a different way. I'd say in the technology space, you had a Google, you have other companies. We didn't build that from India. Hopefully, an Indian company will lead in the Web3 and the blockchain space. This Web3 space in some way is an equalizer where Indian companies, because of the confidence of Indian entrepreneurs and their proven track record in the last 2 decades of building large companies with limited capital, I think the blockchain and Web3 ecosystem is an ecosystem where you'll see Indian companies making a global impact and building global companies. That's what I see happening. Thank you for your inputs and your very specific examples on how innovation in the financial services space is happening. Thank you for being here. Please give Mr. Bansal a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, for having me.
A quick fireside chat that was. And now we are back to a panel discussion on prioritizing the unserved and underserved, role of Web 3.0 innovation and facilitating financial inclusivity. I'm so sorry. We've discussed consumers, we've discussed policies, and now it's also time to discuss the financials. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Deepak Sharma, President and CDO, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Nitin Chugh, Deputy MD and Head, Digital Banking and Transformation, SBI. Dilip Chenoy, Chairman, Bharat Web3 Association. Sri Krishnan Venkateswaran, CTO, Kyndryl India. And this session will be chaired by Arjun Yadav, Correspondent, BW Businessworld. Please. Let's have a huge round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. The session chair will come. That's okay, Arjun.
Thank you, Aditya. Good afternoon, everybody. So we're talking about the role of Web3 and its role in promoting financial inclusion. Now, if you look at the fintech revolution in India, I say the recent issue that we did this fortnight is on how India is poised to be the leader of the supposedly $1 trillion global fintech economy by 2030. And as I said, if the first fintech revolution was led by the payments subsector in the fintech ecosystem. Now digital lending is on the rise. So when we are talking about financial inclusion first, I want to understand that, of course, we'll talk about Web3, but given the strides that we have made in terms of India's fintech economy, where we are at present right now, what are the challenges that still linger on? Mr. Venkateshwaran, if you would like to start.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Arjun, and thanks, hello to all my fellow panelists. So I would say that one of the key challenges facing financial inclusion in India, and you alluded to this briefly, is limited access to credit, right? So if we can accelerate lending action in the economy, if we can remove friction from lending, if we can create something equivalent to UPI on the lending side, that is going to spur financial growth and inclusive growth. And when I say lending action, I mean complex lending instruments, right? Agricultural lending or dairy, cattle lending, Kisan credit card based lending, and so on, where the lending entities do not have ready access to variables that they need to model risk to underwrite the loans. For example, what does it take to underwrite an agricultural loan to a small-time farmer? The answer would be you need things like for the given parcel of land that the borrowing farmer owns, what is the crop type, what is the crop yield, what is the irrigation state, what is the, was there an incident of drought or flood, what is the historical moment of data, and so forth. And the access to providers of this data, that is heterogeneous, today. So one of the key providers of this data is state governments, but each state government is land record systems that look dissimilar, different data models, different APIs, and so on. The providers of satellite data, soil data, e-sign, and so on and so forth. So the question is, so the thing is that the digitizing the lending journey is today difficult, right? There's no democratization of lending. So the Reserve Bank of India, and we heard Rajesh earlier, they have envisioned a platform that would offload a lot of this, right? So that the lending entities, the least tech savvy of lending entities should be able to do the most complex of underwriting and increase the loan coverage drastically, reduce the cost of loans, right? Reduce the rate of delinquency, and so on and so forth. So that is perhaps going to be one of the key things in financial inclusion.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Venkatesh. Now I'll let my panelists from the banking side now take the stage. Mr. Deepak, if you would like to share your thoughts on that.
So I think
it's working.
Yeah. So I think in terms of financial inclusion, today, if you look at it, we have fundamental building blocks in place, right? The identity stack, the payment stack, and the data consent architecture stack. These are the three foundational blocks on top of which you can put a layer of any financial product, be it micro lending or insurance, crop, agri, access to markets, and obviously with the fourth, which is still little nascent, which is your open networks, largely will create access, be it to market or credit or insurance or weather or information that you require for the last mile delivery. How much of that we have been able to leverage to create products at scale? I think that's where a lot of work is yet to happen, because like we have all seen how the BC revolution changed the last mile of banking correspondent access to financial service beyond what institutions could do through their brick and mortar or digital platforms, or what microfinance institutions have been able to do in terms of access to credit in markets. So I think we'll require a lot more, I would say, of collaborative approach between regulated and unregulated entities to not just foster, but fast track this. And due to all the stacks now that is available, the unit cost to make this accessible and available will become a lot more viable than what it was. So pretty optimistic about the way multiple players are going and addressing the problem of Bharat, and what we call is not just Bharat, but RUBI, rather rural urban Indian. So people living in larger cities like Delhi, Mumbai, but not everybody who lives in city is financially included, right? You still have pockets and clusters which needs accessibility. So like when we launched 811, which was a digital bank account of Kotak, we realized that even though the bank in the brick and mortar is targeted at more at mass affluent and affluent customers, but moment you make something like that available digitally, where customers choose you rather than you go and look out for customers, probably 60 to 70% of the customers who came in are the customers who couldn't find access to quality banking through a physical infrastructure. So I think a lot of these initiatives, and not just what we did here, but I'm sure Nitin and SBI, Yono, and there are many stories like these that are coming from even all main leading banks to make it accessible thanks to the digital Aadhaar, eKYC stack. And I think that's how we are all building, but it's a journey. It's not going to get done in few years, but we are making visible progress year on year.
Mr. Sharma, thank you so much. Mr. Chuk, your opening thoughts on that?
See, I think when you look at people having a bank account, that problem is solved from an inclusion point of view. So you can argue that people are included at least to the extent of having a bank account. I don't think much in excess of probably 8 to 10 crores people who don't have a bank account in the country right now. So that's a solved problem. So really the inclusion agenda is around credit, insurance, and helping people save and invest for their future. Okay. Now that is where some of the experiments which are taking place. I don't know if Rajesh covered that in his session or not, but the example of KCC being made digital. Okay. We've run a similar pilot on a separate instance. And we are seeing a Kisan credit card, the KCC loan, which is up to 1,60,000 rupees, being done on an end-to-end basis within 10 minutes. Okay. Yes, there is a problem of state records and what we just heard, but those problems are also getting solved. So I think the next wave of inclusion for credit will not only happen by technology playing a role or by intermediaries playing a role, but it is a far larger ecosystem level play. And that ecosystem comprises of the government as a very important stakeholder, the regulator is an equally important stakeholder, the participants, the network participants, and certainly enough the tech providers. Now, whether we do it on a distributed technology or we do it on a centralized technology, that is besides the point. The important thing is that I think we are making progress in that direction and meaningfully enough. Yeah.
Mr. Chuk, thank you so much. Mr. Chinoy, now I would like to bring as to what the potential of Web3, that's what we are talking about. That's the core issue that we are discussing, be it decentralized finance, blockchain, smart contracts. And when we are talking with financial inclusion there in the picture, how do you see the potential of these applications in promoting financial inclusion?
So actually both Deepak and Nitin both talked about it from a bank perspective. But you talked about banking, right? Everybody is banked, but only 450 million people are with smartphones. And even with the UPI offline kind of a situation, a lot of people are excluded, right? So how do we get those people in? Would a bank or would microfinance institutions be able to address those issues? Probably yes, but not at scale and not at speed. So you need more players to actually come in to this space to enable speed and scale inclusion of these people. The second thing was that, banks and financial institutions have limited access to funds, but there is an abundance of funds in other sectors, which are not necessarily going to be lent through a bank. So how do you facilitate an inclusion of getting people who have excess funds to lend to people who don't have funds through a decentralized system which has low costs, which is secure, and which guarantees return? So this is the second type of innovation, which is going to be outside the banking system. And actually, you referred to it when you talked about this is a second type of innovation could happen. The third type of innovation is something very interesting. And I'd like to give a situation here. We all know the daily sabzi wala, right? Okay. She or he might have a bank account, but they don't have access to funds. And what type of funds do they require? They require funds in the morning to buy vegetables, and they can actually pay back that fund in the evening and they want funds next day. And even if you charge 0.05% interest for the day, you can do your calculations, what interest rate it happens, So how do you create, I'm just giving you an example, decentralized kind of finance could actually create new financial products here. And the next issue, which next opportunity in Web3 is that today, there are some shares, and MRF has been in the news lately, 1 lakh rupee share or something like that. It's actually, you can tokenize it. You can tokenize it and you can actually democratize the whole area of shareholding when we go forward. So there are many different ways of looking at the use case for decentralized finance, not necessarily, in the banking space. It's going to change, and the 811 is a great example. I was telling them that I'm a personal user of Yono, and I find it very useful and helpful. A lot is happening, but the potential in India to scale is actually 2x or 3x. And if we create the right regulatory framework, and you talked about the regulatory framework and what is happening, we can find a lot more entrepreneurs coming in who can connect liquidity with the need and enable it, and they'll use the existing banking channels. There'll only be a separate entity there.
Thank you, Mr. Chenoy, for elaborating that beautifully, the potential. Mr. Srivastava, if you would like to add, and what's your reading on that?
So let me add, taking two examples, interesting examples, connecting the tech with financial inclusion. So as we know, UPI is, the Indian economy is dependent on UPI. And there are about 450 banks today that are UPI enabled approximately. And for any UPI transaction to flow, there is an interchange, which is NPCI, right? So in the Web 2 model, when the number of transactions scale, let's say from 1 billion to 9 billion in a month, or 9 billion to 90 billion a month in a year from now, the size of the data center has to grow in proportion to the growth of the UPI in this example, right? And my company, Kyndryl, a spin-off of IBM, we are helping NPCI build some of their data centers as well. So this is obviously not a scalable model, because if you have to grow your data center 10x, the cost is also 10x. The single point of failure exists. If the centralized system becomes unstable, that is going to impact the financial pyramid and disproportionately affect the bottom echelons of the financial pyramid. Now look at the Web 3 model. In the Web 3 model, these banks, 450 today, they would form a consortium and participate in a blockchain network, right? And each bank would be a peer node in this network. The ledger will be decentralized. So when doing a UPI transaction, instead of APIing into the interchange, which is NPCI, they would create a transaction in their node of the blockchain, and that would get synchronously replicated across the network, which would remove the problems of scalability, stability, and so on and so forth. But not without its problems. This is complex. There's a different set of problems, different set of design points. See, in a distributed a distributed system, you don't get strong consistency. You get what is called eventual consistency, right? So in this blockchain, this model, there would be perhaps out of order messages for UPI, but eventually by the time the clearing happens, the settlement happens, there would be consistency. Or you could have a hybrid model where high value UPI transactions go the Web 2 model and the volume go through Web 3. And another interesting example is FASTag, right? So at any second, there are literally millions of vehicles and packets are waiting in a message queue to the central server for clearance, right? Now, if that breaks, if there is a single point of failure, if that is unstable, affects transportation, affects the supply chain, it affects the bottom pyramid of the financial pyramid disproportionately. Several other examples like that, the government's, the GEM portal and so forth, where Web3 technology directly links with financial inclusion. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Venkatesh. And Mr. Sharma, what's the banking industry looking at when it comes to the potential of these applications, how they are looking at it?
I think, like we said, there is this whole thing has been discussed for a while, and the hype cycle is over. So we all probably last year and a half back or 2 years back, this was at the center stage, and I'm glad it's over, because then you start to really think of what is the real use case where you can see value, because right now the hype cycle is Gen AI and not Web 3.0, right? So we have moved out of the flavor of the season topic. But I think having said that, there are a set of things that banks have done, which has not really scaled up. For example, we had adopted and built something on Metaverse when we launched our 2 digital branches. We called it as our own Ponaverse, which is a small corner to build the banking experience, but adoption was not great. Similarly, I think there was a lot of work that happened on the cross-border using Web 3.0, but again, beyond the initial adoption of banks and institutions across a global network, that failed to really replace SWIFT as the way in which global payment networks got established. As we speak now, I think Indian banks have come together and they have set up IBIC, which is the blockchain infrastructure company. Idea is to look at solving problem on the supply chain credit using it. The other one that I think is live with most banks is the central bank digital currency. Early days, but pretty much it brings the core concept of each bank hosting their own node, and then you are trying to create a decentralized model through which the transactions would happen. But again, very, very early days of where we are seeing. I think the other area which is getting built, but it's not necessarily going to move to 3.0 is on your asset registers, especially as the land and property records are getting digitized. A lot of states have already gone and done that. Many states are following that. So especially when you are lending against a collateral, you do know that if this property or this asset is already collateralized or not. So the verification of the underlying assets on which you are doing a lending, that is a use case that looks quite promising. And the one that we have started now to work in a larger manner is to put together a fraud risk management engine and the whole cryptography-based security and authentication stack, which starts to build identity for every single user, depending on what is your pattern and what all network assets that you use for, and thereby build more like an invisible authentication layer, which is personalized to each one. So as I said, there are certain things have not worked, which was the part of initial hype cycle. But now we are seeing the set of use cases, which may take a little longer, but then that's working. While obviously there are set of use case people will say on KYC authentication, but those problems are already being solved. The question is, why do you want to insert something when that's not a big challenge? But then these are the kind of problems that I just mentioned. I think that's where Web 3.0 has a significant role to play.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Mr. Chug, your thoughts on it? Is the hype over?
No, I think the curiosity phase is over because everybody was curious about what it can do and what it can't do. So most people have dipped their fingers into trying out something or the other, the examples that Deepak gave. But I think the larger realization is, which I mentioned earlier, that these kind of things happen more as an ecosystem. So when a certain technology wave has to replace an existing wave, it happens not because some practitioners decide to unplug their existing Web 2 and replace it with Web 3. It happens as a network, and it is a network level technology that we're talking about. But I think we are moved up from the curiosity phase to more serious experimentation. Yes, it does require a very, very strong consensus building from all the participants. At the same time, nobody wants to be left out also. So it's not like people are saying that come what may, I am not going to be an evangelist for distributed ledger. People are taking it very seriously. I would think on the back of the limited or early success that we are seeing in CBDC, not just in India, but across the world, cross-border seems like a very real set of use case, which at least in the banking industry is likely to experience. It is certainly not going to solve the problem of financial inclusion, but again, from an inclusion point of view, we know that CBDC is being used for inclusion in several countries. Nigeria is using it very effectively to directly DBT equivalent of what we have to directly fund the wallet accounts of the beneficiaries. But you also need an acceptance system. You need a lot of other enablers which will make that happen. But I think we just need to run at a pace which is more reasonable, because what happens with the tech companies, especially in the startup world, is that we build a very powerful use case, but that use case can sometimes be a way ahead of time. And by the time you actually get to that kind of a real situation in the real world, multiple options may have come about. And that is really what has happened in the last 5-6 years of having, experimented or flirted with blockchain, that there have been other alternatives which have also looked like equally viable or better. Now, the other thing, of course, is, which I mentioned from a regulations point of view, that across the world, we are in the world of central banks. So central banks by definition are centrally controlled. Okay, so you control the flow of money, you manage the flow of money, and that is how it is required. And especially for an economy like India, those kind of checks and controls are required. We also are aware that the cryptography that is used in DLT is not foolproof anymore. We know that quantum computing has been able to break the most secure RSA encryption in a matter of a few seconds, which otherwise would have taken millions of years. So the question really that people like us are, trying to find an answer to is that, do you want to skip this and go straight into quantum? Are there enough people, first of all, in the world who will take you to that place and help you build at least your security protocols, so that tomorrow, even if you are going as a consortium on DLT, where is the cryptography going to be? Is it going to be as vulnerable as what it has been demonstrated to be? It may not happen at scale, because it's also expensive to break into that cryptography, and not every single fellow can just wake up and decide to go and break into that. But yes, it's possible. And if quantum computers are going to be indeed mainstream in the next 3 to 5 years, like the large tech companies are saying, is this a generation of tech that can actually be skipped, like the way we skipped the paging revolution in India? So those answers are not yet known, and therefore we need to be a little more practical with some of these issues. Usually we find that there is a very strong polarization between people who will say that, no, this is a good technology, banks don't want to use it, they don't want to give up the control. On the other hand, you will find banks saying that, listen, I'm dealing with people's money and I am the custodian of their trust, and I cannot give up that oversight on the flow of money. But yes, all of these things have to change at the same time, maybe with a little gap between each other, but around the same time when these changes take place, hopefully enough, we will have a far better acceptance.
Thank you, Mr. Chok. Mr. Chinoy, you seem to have a lot of thoughts as both of them were speaking. What's your take on some of the challenges that probably the industry faces when it comes to the adoption?
So I think, you started off by saying, and, I think you mentioned that there's been a kind of a winter here. I think the winter has been caused primarily because of two reasons. And one is the lack of regulatory uncertainty. And therefore, because of the regulatory uncertainty, people have moved to markets where there is regulatory certainty. So if I were to even say, give an example, you talked of Africa and what they're doing there. So in the Indian context, some of the use cases that are globally acceptable, right, are very, very important from their perspective. You get the Nigeria example, and a lot of people are using currency to pay for services and do that because they find it safer. In the Indian context also, there are many, many possible use cases which are there, which will actually emerge once there is some sort of regulatory certainty going forward. And I believe that given what's happening at G20, which is only focusing on a very narrow aspect, and I mentioned this in the earlier panel as well, if you look at the banks coming together, if you look at the whole ecosystem, I think we are at a takeoff stage. Every industry, everything goes in a cycle. Chat GPT was the flavor of the month, but actually the largest adoption of 200 million users was Thread. Okay, so, depending on what happens here, but there's a quiet revolution happening in this space, and a lot of young entrepreneurs are coming in here, and India has the opportunity to actually make substantial change happen because a lot of the people in this space are Indians, right? And if we create the ecosystem here to solve those problems, I believe that the sector will take off. Yes, like Nitin said, some applications are before their time, but eventually we'll get there.
Thank you, Mr. Chuna. Mr. Sharma, I just want to go back to you. If you would have to list any one big challenge when it comes to adoption, he also mentioned about regulatory changes. If you could list one challenge when it comes to adoption for the banking industry.
I think, as I mentioned earlier, it's about not using technology and find way to fix it or fit it. I think you need to really have a problem that you cannot solve otherwise. So more than even regulation, I would say the conviction to say that, yes, this indeed can be solved only through this and there are no alternatives. I think that brings a greater conviction around the technology. And then, like Nitin rightly said, it's about finding a right ecosystem that comes together. This is not something that you can run solo, right? So I think unless you are able to bring the similar set of belief and conviction with the other stakeholders in the ecosystem to solve a problem at scale, you just can't run faster and expect that you will be able to make it happen.
You want to say something? Yeah.
Actually, taking the example of an ecosystem, today, banks can't, the only way banks can reward customers is through interest rate, right? But if you take the whole Web3 ecosystem and you talk about, say, NFTs or tokens, right? Say a bank issues a set of tokens for every entity that you refer to the bank or every transaction you do using digital space, you will get your token, and the more the community grows, the token will appreciate. And without the bank spending any money or without anybody spending the money, the customer who is actually at the center of thing and using the financial system, gets rewarded in a different way. So if you look at the ecosystem to look at it, you can actually create a lot of use cases, right? For enabling people to use, and we want to move away from physical currency. The cost of physical currency is huge, and look at it in a different manner. So there are ways to actually use the whole, tokenization is another area if you actually talk about it going forward. So that's what I wanted to add to this perspective. Mr. Chok, you have to add something?
No, I just wanted to see that at the core of DLT is ownership, right? There is ownership by every single user. Now that also requires a certain level of maturity. And we are aware, in countries like ours, how responsible people are with their own data. Now, if we are going to be basically saying that you own and you are responsible for your data, your transactions, your decisions, that level of maturity also has to be achieved. And that is why the whole ecosystem plays much more important than anything else. Now, that will require a very different kind of financial literacy. We have struggled for the last 70 years to build financial literacy, as participants and, many other stakeholders, to how to make people, save money to begin with. Now, the last few years, we are teaching people as to how to use their apps in a responsible manner, how to not share their passwords, etc. So when it moves to a distributed layer, imagine the amount of literacy that is going to be required.
Right.
So then it should not create a divide between people who understand and know what to do with it and people who don't know how to use a distributed technology. And eventually it will become a much quite bigger problem to, which will not even be addressable.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Cho. Mr. Venkateshwaran, I'd like to start now. All of them mentioned about security. And when we talk about these applications, what's the balance of when it comes to security, privacy, given now that we're dealing with or talking about such secure financial data?
A great question. So let me first touch on transparency and then go to privacy and security. See, central systems are not transparent, right? So centralized systems are an anti-pattern to transparency because power is concentrated on one system, decision-making is concentrated around a few. So that is the Web2 model. If you take the social media equivalent, the big tech have complete control on user data, even sensitive private information. Now in Web3, the heart of the concept is called trustless. What trustless means is that because of the decentralized nature of the technology, you don't need a third party. You don't need a central authority to trust. So it shines through. The transparency in Web3 shines through compared to Web2. But what is the trade-off? Trade-off is that if there's no central system, there is also no central oversight on the authenticity of information. So there is a trade-off there. Now coming to privacy from transparency, that is clearly an area where Web3 has benefits, because with Web3 technology, you can granularly expose as a user. Yeah, you can selectively, granularly expose parts of the data that you want others to see. So as a creator of data, how much of the data, when, under what circumstances, and who should see that that can be controlled. And in this case, the trade-off is that, well, the argument at least is that if taken beyond a point, the amount of user data in the system would fall below a threshold where personalized insights are not possible, is the argument there. Now coming to security, and this is important, right? So the Web3 points of vulnerability, Web3 being a distributed system, are very different from the Web2 points of vulnerability, right? So for example, you all talked about the cross-border payments and how that can be seamless with blockchain. So part of that is facilitated through smart contracts, which automates some of this process. Now there are new areas of vulnerabilities. There is a security issue called smart contract logic hacks, where malicious scripts are injected into the smart contract, and then the behavior changes. So now in blockchain in general, if you write a block, it's incredibly difficult to erase that block, and hence the blocks are called immutable. Right? But there are these trade-offs as well. Cryptojacking is another new security issue that Web2 did not have. So in summary, Web3 from a security, transparency, privacy perspective brings a lot of power, but there are also trade-offs, and then that has to be carefully handled to find realistic problems. Right, there has to be new ideas on the tables.
Thank you, Mr. Venkateshwaran. Mr. Sharma, you would like to add something?
No, I think, see, challenges, as I said, always there'll be challenges. Okay, that is not a starting point, as I was saying. I think finally it's more important is what is that unique outcome that you get out of. And that's why I mentioned some of the use cases, which I think is definitely prime for, on security, cross-border, asset tokenization, including the fractional ownerships. And not just fractional ownership from shares. Fractional ownership of real estate, because a lot of assets can actually get demat with a fractional ownership, because finally, wherever trust is a question mark, right, and transparency is a challenge, I think those are the areas in my mind are more prime for, and it's not necessarily around financial service. Financial service obviously will have a role to play, because when there are assets movement happen, there is also money movement is going to happen. So I think when, again, bringing back to my first statement, I said, see, what do you do on the identity? Can identity be decentralized? I can authenticate a document. I can establish identity, be it for land, property, registration, whatever kind of legal, if it's judiciary. I think so when you start looking at the application of this, application is pretty wide. So identity, documents, transaction, and then obviously when you look at each of these, there is underlying role of a financial institution that comes in. But here, the starting point is not financial institution. That's the point I was making, that one has to look at this in the larger ecosystem space. Obviously, there are some use cases are financial service centric, like CBDC and all that we spoke about. But in a lot of other cases, the flow of information, the flow of goods, the flow of identity, and the flow of money all that gets embedded into a single integrated system. And that's how I think we need to imagine about this.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Mr. Chugh, your take on the trade-offs when it comes to security, privacy, and while dealing with Web3 applications.
Don't think we've tested so much that we know exactly what the issues are. It's only what we get to see and hear. But I think we were sitting through the jury presentations the other day, and Mr. Chenoy was also there. I mean, the number of non-financial services companies using Web3 is amazing. So I think this fixation with DeFi is good, but DeFi probably is going to be one of the last frontiers to go through, primarily for the fact that there is going to be there is the whole trustless, permissionless sort of an architecture requires a very, very strong consensus in the ecosystem, and that happens over a period of time. And when a technology like this is tested across other industries, other use cases, I think financial services will only be very open to look at it. But yes, at the moment, we are far more concerned about the user level. Largely driven by regulation. So today regulations make banks and other intermediaries disclose pretty much everything. If you look at the last year's digital lending guidelines, there is nothing that you can't disclose. There is, even if you deal with a service provider as a lender, you have to disclose the name of that person also. If you deal with a collection agent, a potential collection agent, if the account has to go bad, you have to tell that upfront to the customer as part of the key fact statement. So I think disclosures are improving. So I don't think it's a problem of transparency anymore. Yes, you can argue that how do you price, right? But when it's a federated, distributed structure, that question is not going to get solved either. That how are you pricing for it?
Right.
Finally, you're letting the network decide a level. Today, the market is deciding that level. So I don't think anybody is outpricing themselves, because it is all market-led and market-driven. But yes, security is in equal amount of concern as it is today.
Thank you, Mr. Chugh. Mr. Chenoy, your closing thoughts on it, and then we'll open the floor to the audience for some questions.
So I think we are kind of at this phase in decentralized finance as we were in the early days of the share market or early days of the mutual fund market, where there was a concerted effort to educate customers, right? And I think, as far as adoption and all goes, there's a huge need to actually educate the customers. And, you talked about the need for financial literacy, right? So that's one. The second is that, there's a kind of an underlying fear that this Web3 technology is difficult to use, and you require, wallets, and you require, very specialized ways. So, they've developed an app which is very simple to use. So how do the technology providers actually create products in this space which are very easy to use and which are secure, which are traceable, which are trustworthy, all three words that you use. So once we create that simple to use, secure, easy to use, trustworthy things, and develop new products and new financial instruments taking advantage of this decentralized technology, then you'll see a kind of a hockey stick approach going up here. And a lot of the centralized systems will not feel threatened. The challenge comes is when, let's say, a centralized system feels threatened by the existing system, and then therefore wants to bring in regulation to prevent new entrants from coming in. So one of the biggest challenges, and one of the biggest use case applications is remittances. But one of the biggest propagators of remittances is the International Settlement Exchange. Now they are dead against this. So it is for countries and all of us to actually balance these two things and enable the ecosystem to progress, so that we reduce the cost of transaction, reduce the cost of finance, and increase inclusion.
Thanks to
maybe add
Yes.
a point. So to add to what you just said, I think a lot of the Web3 technologies will be invisible and only the experience will be visible. Taking an example, Starbucks recently included NFTs in their loyalty program, and you mentioned that as well. And they said they are going to intentionally obscure the technology that is going to underpin the experience so that they don't, scare customers away. And today it's a settled fact that ease of use of a product is as important, if not more important, than the feature set of capabilities of the product in question. So perhaps that's what's going to happen with Web3 as well.
Up in the NFT session,
Yeah.
but really, loyalty programs and other programs today are not fungible. But using decentralized financial applications, you can actually make them fungible, and you can actually create value in the hands of the customer. I keep coming back to the thing that the Web3 ecosystem can create value in the hands of the customer for utilizing the platform, or utilizing the system and creating it. And therefore, the underlying value of the token behind that increases, etc., and all that.
Thank you, Mr. Chinoy. Thank you, all the panelists. I'll open the floor to the audience if they have questions. Yeah, I can see some hands.
First of all, many thanks for this kind of a discussion, given that decentralized finance have always seen de facto the bankers as the core villains. And now to see such an instant panel of great bankers coming in together and having very deep perspectives with respect to adoption of new technologies itself is a real delight to have. I especially loved the point of Mr. Sharma about fractionalized ownership of real estate being one of those best use cases. And in the between, Mr. Shinoy was mentioning about more financial inclusivity. Now, we often see this kind of affair that these small players, MSMEs, when they want to raise finance, at times there's a shyness, natural shyness to get into a lending mode. And that's where they use these kind of a new age technologies, which are fundamentally based on crowdfunding, that we increase the total number of equity holders who ultimately end up becoming the fractional owners of whatever asset which we are trying to build up, and make a whole community as a whole as a owner of that particular asset. That's where there are these fundamentals of financial inclusion of decentralized finance are completely coming on. But the moment such kind of an attempts are made, we see this regime that, for example, in fractional ownership of real estate itself, SEBI very recently launched an MSM REIT policy that if you are a fractional ownership platform of real estate, you better be registered under an MSM REIT, where then your net worth should be at least 25 crores. So many people should be already a part of it with so much experience. Everything which was about enabling that very poor fellow who otherwise didn't have much of a resources and who wanted to use these Web3 resources. Now, all of that becomes disadvantage because of the regulation. And this is exactly the kind of a scuffle between the centralized and the decentralized finance, which we keep on often hearing. And I just wanted a bit of a elaborate views on this aspect from the panel.
Any of the panelists want to take it?
No, I think what you said is absolutely right. I think some of us did speak about one of the things, whenever you start this, some bad actors can create havoc, right? This comes from the fear of, while you want to create more like a self-regulatory framework, but then how do you ensure that you have trusted partners who are orchestrating and are part of this? And I think there's no easy answer. So I think you spoke really well about it, but some of us did talk about that the trust and where regulators still are not very comfortable, or government. And we have seen this happen today, be it like on NFT or on crypto. There is a fair amount of, I would say, a gray area that continues. So the question is, when you go all out, unless there is a policy framework which protects both the investors, like even in fractional ownership, or a P2P lending, whatever you build, right? Finally, there are investors and there's money that has to flow. How do you ensure that there are no rogue actors in the play? I think unless that question is answered properly, these will continue.
So I think you've made a very valid point, and we need to educate the regulators, saying that there could be a 10 lakh house, which we can actually do fractional ownership, and I think it's good that you've raised this point and some work for BWA to do. I think here we need to educate a lot of the regulators on, what does it mean? Decentralized finance means smaller ticket size, and how do we say that, okay, look at smaller ticket size, but yet regulate it, and, whatever needs to be done. And again, you can use a smart contract to regulate such sector. Don't need, physical way to do it. So use the Web3 tools to create a regulatory framework and a monitoring framework and reduce the ticket size.
Thank you, Mr. Chinoy.
I have a question. So like as institutional investors, I see both public and private people here. So there was an article dated 8th day of April 2018, the Maya of Bitcoin, where Arun Jaitley ji was also mentioned about the framework. So there was a launch of RBI about Lakshmi coin, right? The launch was to be done by Government of India, but today the actors they have launched the Lakshmi coin. So will in PPP partnership, will the government take over that Zionverse in near future, or how does it work? Or anybody or anyone can just file a trademark when the government launches anything, the private player just file a trademark and they launch their verses. So how are you going to tackle this situation? Because Lakshmi coin was launched by Government of India, not a private player. Thank you.
So you're raising a broader issue about identity in the metaverse, and legal aspects on the metaverse, right? And I think, I'm just saying digital space and metaverse, right? So, So there's another case if you look at Amazon and Apni Dukan, right? So then what happens in the digital space, right? Using identity, using trademarks, using platforms is something in which there is an established regulatory framework, right? And if you look at the recent High Court judgment in terms of the NFTs for players, right? They ruled that. So I think the digital ecosystem legal framework is evolving, and I think till we have many precedents of. I get your point.
I think when State Bank of India is here, so my request to the head is the government should intervene and look into that landscape. No third person can just file a trademark and say, hey, we have the Lakshmi coin with us, invest in us. Kindly look at the stakeholders of Zionverse. I would love to see that. Thank you.
I think it's a legal issue. It has to be taken up in court. So,
Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, audience. We'll now break for lunch. Panelists, let's have a photograph, please. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you, the second half is a very exciting half where we have interesting sessions on funding. We're having a debate on NFTs, their viability, the utility factor. We have a panel on decentralization in tech for legacy enterprises, and of course, a gaming session. Please join us. We will be very happy. The sessions are very intriguing. I'll hand it over to you, Aditya. Thank you.
Thank you. And as many of you already read that, it's time for lunch. It's 1:25. 2:25, we'll all meet here back to begin with the next sessions. The lunch is being served right outside. Do enjoy. Thank you.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. First questions first. Had lunch? I love the quick yes from, I think, the first table, I believe. Extra chapatis for them. At the back, no one had lunch? ये सवाल है, आप लोगों ने lunch किया? Lovely, sir. Wow. Okay, up next, we have a fireside chat, which will then convert into a panel discussion. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Businessworld and founder, Exchange for Media Group, in conversation with Vikram Gupta, founder and managing partner, Ivy Cap Ventures. And this fireside chat will also This chat will convert into a panel discussion with Parth Chadda, CEO and co-founder, Stan, and joining him would be Satish Mohan, founder and CTO, Dhive. So that's up to you. Whenever you feel like, we shall have them.
Thank you. This is a post-lunch session. So Vikram, you and me have the same dilemma that the seventh husband of Elizabeth Taylor faced on the night of the honeymoon. You know what the dilemma was? The dilemma was the seventh husband of Elizabeth Taylor said to Elizabeth Taylor, darling, I know what I'm supposed to do. I hope I make it interesting enough. So I hope whatever we do post the lunch session, we make it interesting enough for the audience. This is about funding the blockchain Web3 ecosystem. I must tell you, there couldn't have been a better person than Vikram, who's spotted many sectors when they were in a growth stage or infancy, and has made bets on companies and founders that have worked out well. I happened to meet him in 2012. Some of my engineering friends were actually seniors to me, but very close to me, introduced me to him in 2012. And I hadn't acquired Businessworld then. I was running Exchange for Media. And of course, over the last few years when I acquired, I did go to him in 2014. And I've been in touch for the last 9-10 years with Vikram, and I've seen the incredible journey he's had in supporting founders and building a corpus from his alma mater, IIT Delhi, and investing that in startups. Now, let me first
the good deals are happening. While one can argue that the valuations are impacted, I think good deals are happening at good valuations. But yes, the overall funding has gone down.
And when do you see the funding across the startup ecosystem coming back? 6 months, 12 months?
You know,
or we've now set base at a new normal, and this is what it's going to be?
12 months back, somebody asked me this question and I said, within 12 months, we should see some hope. So we're sitting here after 12 months of that. And honestly, things haven't changed as I had anticipated 12 months back. And in fact, some of the things which I was hoping will get better actually got worse. So, there is going to be more than 6 months time for people to really open up their wallets big time. But at the same time, I think you will see selectively some of the areas opening up faster than others. I think the biggest challenge is that Series C, D deals, which were happening in abundance in 2021, those have stopped happening. So that has had a trickle-down effect on Series A, seed, pre-Series A, those deals. Even though the overall flow and value of deals from seed to Series A has actually grown over time. So if you look at the
$100 million pre-series. I met companies in the FMCG space who are building D2C products. They're talking 20 million pre-seed. 20 million pre-seed, not even seed rounds. I like, clearly I am.
No, you're right. Actually, I'll tell you.
Right now, all their valuations have come down. I mean, of course, companies that have a path to profitability have good governance.
Yeah.
And more importantly, have good basics of business. You know, these three, I think if they're moving to profitability, even if they're not profitable today.
Yeah, I think you mentioned a very important point, governance. And in fact, not just the SoftBanks or the Tigers of the world, but also Goldman Sachs, Temasek, Adia, and all these players which were investing large dollars, they've become very critical. You know, even though they are doing due diligence of companies.
We were the ones to report it's happening on a markdown value because of due diligence, and I can give others. But let's come to the Web3 blockchain space. Of course, Ethereum ruled the world for a while. It still rules, so to say, but there is Sui. It raised $300 million. With this audience, I don't have to. So clearly there is hope in blockchain. What is your outlook when it comes to funding blockchain companies or Web3 companies that are either focused on a sector? And there is a value chain. Like in the EV value chain, there is charging, there's infrastructure, there is the vehicle, there is financing. So give us a sense of what parts of the value chain you're looking at very lucratively.
So honestly, the story in India is very different from what's happening outside of India, first of all. And I think global numbers, obviously, we've seen that the Web3 investments in 2021 peaked. I think the number quoted was about $34 billion. And I think I saw a number today, it's coming down quite substantially. And the graph has actually come down. The last quarter is about less than $1 billion or about 1.2 billion. And I think, and that's
which Sui is almost 25%.
Correct.
It's a little more than that. So possibly it's 20%.
Correct. So, you know, the point is that, and it's to do with the overall funding. And I think blockchain, even in the global market, is very futuristic, right? So if you look at the value expected, the real value on the ground expected is quite futuristic, right? So in India is still, you know, a few levels behind the actual use cases in the applications. You know, you're talking about mostly entertainment, gaming, you know, are the areas where you're seeing more applications. But globally, you're seeing applications even in the healthcare. Of course, fintech has been.
We have parts joining the panel
across. Yeah. So, but I think you will see, like in India, of course, ONDC has started seeing a big offtake with a lot of focus.
There is an exchange for media D2C summit, and Mr. T. Koshi is speaking there. Spoken there already.
Right. So there are pockets of areas and use cases which are actually picking up very well.
Have you made any investments?
We made one investment in a company called Geometry, which is actually in the metaverse space. And we've also made investments which are actually tending towards blockchain, but with the specific use cases still not fully tested yet. Yeah, so Geometry is actually a very interesting model. There's actually a it's a no code model for building your own metaverse, right? So it's a interesting model, but India clients.
Looks like Mark Zuckerberg has given up on metaverse for the time being at least. On metaverse.
Yeah. No, I think this is where it's a multiplier effect of the overall situation in the market. And will this come back? I think it has to come back, in my view.
Let me ask you again. I said that in the session that I did.
Is investing big time in this area. State Bank is actually investing big time in this area. So given that, our LPs are actually quite excited about it. We are looking for very specific opportunities, and specifically, wherever there is a lot of data, there is a lot of scale potential. So rural, for example, rural banking is a big area where there's a huge potential. We have a company called FinPay, which is actually working with 15 million merchants. While they've been historically doing the payments through the merchants as outlets, providing ATM outlets there, but they're providing a lot of other avenues over and above the platform that they created, linking other products like insurance and even the payments, remote salary payments from corporates who employ people in remote areas, and then leveraging all this the tech that they're building is to basically make sure that everything is captured in the system in terms of that are happening, and also the other things that can be cross-sold. So the multiple things that can happen to the same platform. So some of these applications are there, from the rural perspective. But then, of course, there are newer age technologies, collections, for example, how to link the entire, the credit scores of people versus their behavior in other places, in other platforms, and deriving their ability to pay back, and therefore most of the credit companies these days are now using these kind of platforms to forecast people's ability to pay. So there are multiple things that are happening in the fintech space. But then healthcare is an area where I personally believe has a huge potential. In fact, healthcare data, in my view, and globally, it's a much evolved industry where, it's a very private data, right? So I have my
vitals,
clinical data, and my genetic data. And if you combine the two data, it gives a lot of information about the individual. Just the pharma companies can use,
insurance companies,
insurance
health
companies can
insurance.
use for, really building products and customize and personalize, as they call it, personalized healthcare, right? So there's a huge opportunity in that space where you can actually own your data and, have control on the data. In fact, from a Web3 perspective, there's a company or we are almost the, advanced stages of talking. So they're actually creating a model where you can monetize your health data. So effectively, and in a de-identified manner, because a clinical trials company, or if a clinical trial is happening, there's a lot of cost or a lot of investment that happens in conducting clinical trials. If I'm giving my data, it is my data, so I should get paid for it. So every time somebody is using my data, I should get compensated for that. But today, the patient doesn't get compensated for that. So there are models like that where, if you can actually create your own data key and with your entire data set, and it's a static versus dynamic data, where every time you have a doctor interaction or a diagnostic test, gets added to your longitudinal records. So that's another interesting use case, which I believe has huge potential.
Thank you, Vikram. My last question before I bring the two founders into the conversation. If you had to give advice for startups and founders in this Web3 AI ecosystem to get funding, either Series A, either pre-series, Series A, Series B, Series D, whatever, what would be advice looking 3 months, 6 months ahead?
So I think currently the way we are seeing how the startups are in this space, and our research says that there are about 400 to 500 startups who are actually working in this space. Majority of them are at the seed to Series A stage. They are raising anywhere between $1 million to $3-4 million, on an average. The chances are that, when you're going to raise capital, currently, even though there is a lot of interest on the angel side and there are many funds. When I started Ivy Cap, there were only 6-7 funds. Today, there are 1,200 registered funds in the country. So the good news is that there are many funds in the market today. So there are people looking to invest. But I think the challenge is that in this particular space, I've seen is the communication of the value is very critical, and many entrepreneurs are not able to do that properly. And many times the investors are themselves not very, I would say, they don't have the right backgrounds to assess. So you need the right background also to assess and understand what the entrepreneur is saying. So I think if you don't have a technology background, if you haven't seen the value of such products, it's very hard. You end up asking wrong questions, and the entrepreneur is not able to communicate to somebody who's not able to understand.
Sure. But so, that I think investors will have to take a bet, because these days you don't know what will work, what will not. Investors know broadly and they take bets, but I'm saying to fully understand the space may not be possible.
No, I think the important part is that to communicate the value proposition properly, because
from a business model.
You need to understand that if it's a VC investor, they're looking for a 5 to 6 year time frame. You have to communicate your story to say that how big is this going to be in the next 5-6 years, and what kind of an exit value you can actually get out of this business, and how you will get that exit. It's very important. Because many times people communicate the value of the product and how many users I'm serving and how many, what's the revenue potential, etc. But the path to that exit is not properly communicated many times.
Absolutely. My advice, I am not an investor in the way you are. I do angel investments. But my advice is critical is go to market. A lot of Web3 guys have come to me very big guys, I don't want to give. They've got the technology right. They have a beta or test net, as they call it. But I asked them, so who will pay money? Why will they select you? And sometimes they are not able to give me, because ultimately building something is valuable, but go-to market is equally valuable.
No,
I
absolutely.
think I see a lot of founders not being able to address that. Maybe I met 10, 12 from the Web3 space in various segments of their focus is different. That's my advice. So please give Mr. Vikram Gupta a big round of applause. I think he wanted to make a final comment before we get Parth and Mr. Mohan on stage. Any questions you have for Vikram? Vikram, are you carrying your checkbook? He is.
I'm always carrying a checkbook. Yeah.
Thomas is a friend of mine. He's also.
Space well, and we're seeing it because it's a fast moving technology. I mean, there's so many things happening every day. So do you feel that there is now going to be a new breed of investors, right? Who are like, for example, Anurag just mentioned that I think Sui the chain raised some 300 million, right? Perhaps they might allocate 100 million for investments into startups with whom they can partner. So do you feel now there's going to be a new breed of investors who understand the space and perhaps are people who have built great Web3 companies, exited, made pots of money? They could be the next perhaps wave of